qui se déroule pendant le salon Equipotel, vous adresser un petit message. Je ne sais pas si malheureusement je serai en France et si
Recording in progress.
On va commencer avec 5-10 minutes de retard, mais c'est normal. C'est pas inquiétant, c'est normal. Ah, pourquoi ça fait ça là? C'est par un autre. J'ai compris. Oui, j'ai compris. Enfin, je quitte la réunion parce que vous m'avez entendu. Et Ramon Samporo, c'est bien. On a l'Espagne, on a la Chine, on a l'Ukraine. Ça arrive petit à petit. Good morning.
Tu avais contacté le Young Film pour ça?
Bah oui, elle reçoit tout. Elle reçoit tout. Je parfait.
Elle m'embêtait tout le temps pour demander des trucs. J'espère qu'il n'y a pas quelque chose. Je lui ai envoyé un mail hier parce que à chaque fois que je tiens sur la Corée avec elle et mon bureau.
Oui, bah oui.
Et donc je lui ai envoyé, elle comprend pas ça. Donc je lui ai envoyé l'extrait du bouquin. Elle m'a dit, comment ça marche?
Bah, il y a un porte-manteau. Tu veux, voilà. Bien sûr, tu peux prendre avec toi. Il y a un porte-manteau là-bas. Je crois qu'il vaut mieux le laisser. On sait si le comité fonctionne. Là, on n'a rien, c'est normal.
La Chine. Il y a la Chine.
C'est la vidéo, non?
Ce serait bien si on avait.
C'est la vidéo qui est préparée.
Ah,
Oui, c'est l'écran vidéo, là, je pense.
pour l'instant, c'est bon. Ça aurait été bien, mais on ne peut pas.
On va la remettre en place.
Ah, ça, c'est ton écran. Oui, c'est ça. Après quoi? Comment on a pris de parole?
Guillaume Gomez.
Ah non, oui,
C'est toi qui.
mais est-ce qu'on peut avoir la salle et le. Ouais, déjà, ça c'est mieux. Et est-ce qu'on peut avoir la salle?
Par exemple, on met soit la slide, soit la salle.
Non, mais la salle, c'est tout à l'heure. Après, on met ne pas avoir un écran noir. Bien. Tu as enregistré? Oui. Non, pas forcément. Bien.
Il ne faut pas rester au dernier rang.
Tranquillement.
Tu veux combien de prises de parole avant que je mette la vidéo? Il faut un son de toute façon.
Bah, c'est oui, je quand même 10 minutes, quelque chose comme ça. Hein. C'est quand je parlerai de, tu vois là en enseignement, méthodologie et topic service responsabilité. C'est peu de temps après qu'on passera effectivement Guillaume. Toi, tu as besoin de combien de temps? Bon, ok. Bien. Allez. We are going to start. Please. Yeah. Do it. Good morning, Adnan. How are you? Can you hear me? I can't hear you. But yeah, but apparently you can hear me. Please, yeah, open your microphone. Can you do it? Yeah.
Sorry. Hi, President. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. It just, yeah. So now we know that it's working. Thank you to mute your microphone, Adnan.
No problem. I couldn't able to attend in person, but because of my visa, so I couldn't get it.
You apologize. Thank you so much anyway to be with us. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So we are going to open this forum, Amphot Forum. Thank you to mute your microphone, please, Adnan. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to open this forum in Paris 2022. In fact, it's a 26th forum of our history, and it's a very special one. I'm going to step down on the tribune late this afternoon. I would like first to thank all our members present here face to face, but as well on Zoom and as well with WTN. Welcome all the members and partners of Amphot who are watching us from WTN from all over the world. Apparently, Jürgen Steinmetz, who is organizing this WTN broadcast, told me that we should be around 1,000 people around the world watching us live, and that will be as well in replay during the next days. Thank you as well to Villa M. Where is the manager? No, he's around, the manager, general manager Villa M. And thank you to him for his excellent premises and techniques. Thank you as well to Colonna. Colonna is a new member of Amphot, and Colonna, as you know, is a really very important and very efficient service for all the teachers, lecturers, and the students of all our organizations. Thank you as well to La Sorbonne University, because today is La Sorbonne Day during our forum, and Sébastien Jacot, director, professor of La Sorbonne and director of IREST, he will tell us a few words about that. And thank you as well the EFMH, which is as well a school in Paris, a new school in Paris, who is helping us for this forum. I would like as well to thank so much all my team of Amphot, especially Xavier Faure, who is doing the kind of a stage manager for all this day, as well as Gary, who is behind the curtain there, in charge of the technique of this day. We are going, so as you see, we are not so many altogether. Sometimes in Amphot Forum, we are up to 200 people altogether, but that was before. Now it's after, especially after COVID and after the prices who have been up in all the hotels and travels, and it's quite expensive now to come from one place to another. So this is a new way of the new generation, and now we've got to cope with new techniques. So this is why we are at the same time face-to-face, but as well on Zoom and on WTN. Obviously, what we were talking yesterday night, it's so much more fun to be together instead of to be on Zoom. But I hope that next years we will be able again to meet together, all together, face to face. As far as the timing of the day is concerned, we will have 2 sessions now this morning up to 12, and then we will have lunch together, and after lunch we will have the 3rd session of this forum, then a pause, a coffee break, and then the General Assembly up to 5:30, maybe 6 o'clock this afternoon, if that's fine with you. As I said, this forum is a very special one because that General Assembly this afternoon will have the election of half of the board, because in our statutes we change every 2 years half of the board, and then the new board and the General Assembly will vote for the new president and his team. So if you accept, and I will repeat this this afternoon, but if you accept this this afternoon at that's at 3 o'clock. Yeah, 3 o'clock, 3 p.m. France time. We will meet and we will have to vote. So I suggest that we vote with hand. If there is any constraints for anyone, we can change this. But thank you to accept this. Anyway, we have only one. Up to now, up to this hour, we have got only one candidate for the presidency of AMFOT today. And we started this forum already 2 days ago, and we started with a get-together party on the first evening, and this is one of the most important moments during the AMFOT forum. Why? Because it's a friendly association, and it's non-commercial, it's non-lucrative. We are free. I'm completely free. I'm not paid at all for what I do, and same about the executive board and the board. So it's a question of friendship and of humanism, and to help people and to help all together. So so this is why it's always a very important moment, the get-together party, which is initiating the forum in our tradition. And yesterday we had a full day at Equipotel. We've been received by VIPs by Equipotel and by the general director and Béatrice Gravier, and I thank Béatrice Gravier officially here for welcome, and that was very smart from her because obviously she's so busy. And then we had the first academic session yesterday, which was chaired by Abdou Belgat and Oliver Steuermann, and it was about the stakes of international issues of hospitality and tourism in the world. And today, so we will have 2 academic sessions as well. So the thing I would like to tell you about this forum, and as I hope a little bit inspiring the whole day and the debate we will have together, is about we have to adapt, and this is the main topic. This is the title of this forum. We have got to adapt ourselves to all the changes in the world. Obviously, I'm talking about climate warming. Obviously, I'm talking about loss of biodiversity. Obviously, I'm talking about geopolitics. And obviously, I'm talking about teaching and education in our trade, hospitality, and tourism. All right, we will have to talk about as well technologies. This is why after the first speeches, and this is the opening ceremony, I will give the floor to Professor Dr. Francesco Frangiali, and to animate the session. And then this afternoon we'll talk, and with Frangiali we will talk about geopolitics, and this afternoon we'll talk about technologies. Just one thing I would like to say about the adaptation of education and training methodologies is about one. I think two points is about sometimes in our curriculum we need perhaps to put a little bit of change and to adapt. This is the main topic, to adapt to the new generation. So I would think that sometimes in the curricula we need perhaps to add a few new topics, or perhaps as well method of learning. And there's two words I would like to ask you to think about during this day is, what about service in our curricula? Do we talk sufficiently about service in 1 minute? All right. I know that all of you, all of us, and all the people who are looking at us and participating to this forum, we know how to make lessons and training and education in accountancy, right? In laws, in regulation, and so on and so on. Yeah, but what about service? And the other topic is about responsibility. Do we talk enough about responsibilities of the new generation and the students today and the new people in charge of our trade? I'm just wondering if that is enough. So I hope these two words and these two topics will be in mind of all of you during the day. I would like perhaps one thing is about during this day, thank you to all of us to have always time for debate and questions for the public, not only from you face to face, but as well from people in Zoom. And Xavier is managing the chat, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
He is. and obviously people from WTN can't be in direct contact, but from we are on broadcast, live stream, yes, on WTN. But don't hesitate on Zoom to ask if you want to have questions, to ask to you hand over your hand, or you just ask Xavier on the chat, and you will have the microphone, right? So I would like now, please, Xavier. We have obviously, as we generally do during our forum, we invited our Minister of Tourism. Olivia Grégoire couldn't be with us, but we sent as well an invitation to Palais de l'Élysée, and from Palais de l'Élysée we have the honor to welcome by a video Guillaume Gomez. Guillaume Gomez is the personal ambassador to the President of the French Republic, specialized in the gastronomy and culinary arts and the patrimony of culinary art of France. So, Guillaume Gomez.
Bonjour à tous, Guillaume Gomez. Écoutez, je voulais, à l'occasion de votre congrès international qui se déroule pendant le salon Equipotel, vous adresser un petit message. Je ne sais pas si malheureusement je serai en France et si je pourrais me joindre à vos travaux et venir participer à vos échanges. Mais voilà, juste déjà vous saluer, vous souhaiter la bienvenue en France, à Paris. Vous dire que c'est une fierté pour le représentant que je suis du président pour la gastronomie de savoir qu'une ONG comme la vôtre, reconnue par les Nations Unies, œuvre depuis plus de 50 ans à la formation de nos jeunes, de nos apprenants dans nos métiers du tourisme et de l'hôtellerie. Félicitez bien sûr votre président Philippe François. Vous félicitez toutes et tous parce que c'est votre travail qui fait avancer les choses et c'est votre travail qui fera l'avenir de notre profession, de nos professions. Donc voilà, je vous dis à très vite, peut-être pendant Equipotel, et sinon à bientôt. Au revoir.
Thank you so much, Guillaume, for your friendship, and you are very close, always very close to Antoine. Thank you so much. So now I would like to give the microphone to Professor Sébastien Jacot, Director of IREST, and then we'll give the microphone to a young alumni of IREST, Anne Robinet. But please, Professor Jacot, please.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le Vice-président de l'AMFOR et donc vous tous et toutes, participants, collègues, membres, donc de me permettre de présenter l'IREST. Je vais parler en anglais, mais je tenais quand même à vous saluer d'abord en français. Ce sont les deux langues de nos enseignements. So it's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you today in Villa M in Paris for this important conference and forum. We would have liked to host you today in Sorbonne, but in this specific day commemorating the end of the First World War, it was not possible to obtain the opening of the building. We really tried for months, but no way, it was not possible. So we are hosted in a wonderful place, nevertheless, that is representative of the transformations of hospitality in our city, and we are very proud to be there. I represent my university, Paris 1, Panthéon-Sorbonne, and IREST. IREST, Institute of Research and Higher Studies in Tourism, Institut de recherche et d'études supérieures en tourisme, is a multidisciplinary university institute dedicated to tourism within the University of Paris 1. Paris 1 Panthéon-Sorbonne, Paris 1 Panthéon-Sorbonne, was created in 71 after the events of May 68 and the division of the University of Paris in several universities, Paris 1, Paris 4, etc., surely to control, in a way, student politicization. IREST, from his side, was created in 61, more than 60 years ago, and is maybe, we haven't found for the moment, an oldest institute, so maybe is the oldest university institute dedicated to tourism in France, this is sure, and maybe in the world. To be the oldest doesn't mean, of course, that we don't transform our ways of teaching, defining professional education in line with the transformations of tourism and hospitality. It has been said just before that we have, of course, to change our ways of teaching and to integrate new contents. So the Institute, to say some words about it, offers a wide range of diplomas and academic curriculum programs in professional bachelor's and master's degrees. We prepare our students in the fields of tourism planning, cultural heritage and tourism, hospitality management, international tourism, e-tourism, fashion communication, sustainable tourism. Donc ce sont les intitulés de nos diplômes. Our programs are taught in Paris, but also abroad. In the past, until 2 years ago, in Fez, Morocco, in the Seychelles Islands, and this academic year in Switzerland, Greece, and normally we are opening a new degree in Egypt. We welcome a diversity of students from France, but also from abroad, and teach in French and English. The courses combine theoretical, specialized, and professional teaching, workshops, research training through a thesis, and professionalization through internship or apprenticeships. This is key for us. We consider that our educational goals are achieved by mixing pedagogical methods. That is why our pedagogical team is made of researchers in geography, anthropology, economics, marketing, management. Jean-Michel Chapuis is with us. Law, but also of professionals of high level in tourism planning, cultural heritage valorization, hospitality, and international tourism. So we have around 400 students each year who dedicate to tourism and hospitality mainly. We also have a scientific research center, IREST, with PhD students in geography and management sciences. So was supposed to say some words about the main issues that you are facing nowadays. Je ne vais pas être trop long, juste dire quelques-uns des axes de réflexion que nous avons à présent, et de façon très générale, les débats seront l'occasion d'approfondir ces différentes choses. So, from our perspective, we are facing new challenges in relation to professional educations. They are plural, depending on changing environment, but also, and this is very key, because we know that we have to make more efforts in order to attract students. So new aspirations from the students themselves. So first, we feel that we have new responsibilities. So this week is organized also the COP27, and we are more aware of the challenges of adapting tourism to a low carbon economy. It's not only a personal concern, it doesn't rely only on each teacher's self-conscience. New rules have been built and new expectations arose from our students themselves. So we have seen from 2018 and still this year during graduation ceremonies of main French engineering and high schools, but also in many countries, several students stood for expressing that they didn't want to be part of certain activities and wanted to direct their skills to jobs, sectors that meant more to them in relation with a new conception of their relation to the world. Our students express these concerns in various ways by the choice of their thesis subjects. More and more they want to do researches, internships in sustainable tourism. And so I think that the reason why more and more students don't direct themselves to tourism curriculum is that because they don't feel that maybe we have a comprehensive conception of the challenges that we are facing. So we have to take into account this urge to adapt tourism education to contemporary tourism. It's not only about having one class dedicated to sustainable tourism, but to rethink the conceptualization of our diplomas and academic courses more globally. So this is our responsibility, but also the best way to meet our students' expectations. Voilà, bon, en quelques mots. So it means also integrating the pluralization of tourism and hospitality, which was rendered visible by the COVID parenthesis. To our point of view, the COVID was a kind of eclipse, in a literal sense, a phenomena that by occulting something, international tourism, make another phenomena visible. Second challenge, we learn to teach online, of course. We are there online and with you in presence, integrating new technologies, pedagogical devices and principles, but we are facing the same challenges of the MICE sector. Teaching online cannot be reduced to saying the same content in front of the screen. Some students who are depressed will lose interactivity. On the contrary, it may open new possibilities of interacting with new audiences, especially professionals. So we have to incorporate this experience to new educational programs, not to replace what we did before COVID. And this is in line with our third challenge, to develop professional education towards new people, to adapt more to the singularity of the students in tourism by developing continuing education, for instance. We have a reflection now with students that want to realize a PhD, for instance. For a long time in France, it's not the same in other countries. Doing a PhD was aimed only at becoming researcher. Now there are more and more relations and crossings between research and tourism innovation and development. So we have the project to promote the skills and savoir-faire of our PhD students that want to engage in ambitious projects of tourism development, not only in research in universities. Another issue for us is networking, including with other educational structures. So here we are. We are part of various networks, among which AMFOR, but also at French scale, CFET, ASTRE, and a new network that joined several French universities around structuring projects to renew a way of teaching. Among these projects, the project of an observation of jobs and career in tourism and hospitality that will help us to redefine the contents of our teaching. Also another project in this network, digitalization of some contents to reach new audiences, and the development of qualifications aimed at continuing education. Donc nous avons là des objectifs ambitieux à moyen et long terme et que nous mènerons donc dans le cadre de ces réseaux. Je vous remercie.
Bien. Thank you so much, Professor Jacot. And here we are all around the screen and here the room where people serving the industry and serving the students. Our first client is or are the students. So I'm very happy and honored to welcome one young alumni from La Sorbonne IREST University. So Anne Robinet, would you please come and make a kind of testimony of your own experience? Please, you come to the tribe here, and we. Thank you, Anne.
Thank you. Hello, nice to meet you, all of you. I am here as a old young student of La Sorbonne IREST, and I wanted to share with you my experience because for me, my studies at La Sorbonne University maybe changed my life for the best, and really. And I think this is a duty of university to give you the keys to be independent and to go to your way, to find your way and to find meanings in what you do. And that's also what hospitality taught me. So my English is not perfect, but I try to do my best. I will speak with my art. Like, you know, hospitality is all about passion and art. So that's what I want to share you. So I finished my studies around 8 years ago. during my study, I was doing a work and teaching program, learning program at La Sorbonne, and I was working in Disneyland Paris. So I discovered the world of Disneyland, the world of dreams, and how we can deliver unforgivable moments, memories to the guest. I also learn a lot about quality of service, about engagement, motivation, training, because when I was doing my studies, I was learning about theory, and it was good to put it in practice in Disneyland Paris. So it's both of them are really good schools, trust me. Yes, and I was thinking about questioning myself about turnover, because turnover is a big issue of hotel industry, as you know, and motivation of employees. So after that, with my diploma, I decided to see if the grass were greener somewhere else. So I take a flight to New Caledonia. I think this is so far away. So in a hotel, 5-star hotel, Le Méridien, I had the opportunity to be the executive housekeeper of the hotel. So new culture, you forget mostly everything you learned, but you keep the essential, the love for the job and passion and love about, and yes, try to do something to your team, to give something to your team. It was not easy. I think I took 10 kilos in 6 months because it was really hard, trust me. But I did my best, and this team taught me about humility. Because even I was really young and I had a management position, it was not easy. But you don't know more than the other. You learn from the other all the time. And after that, so I did my best, and they give me the keys to become what I call a good manager. I'm not a perfect manager, trust me, but I did my best, and I do my best all the time. Then I decided to continue my travel, and I came to Tahiti, where I had the opportunity to form people, to train people, and I was working for a company, hospitality training company. So I went in many beautiful islands, many beautiful hotels. You can't imagine how beautiful it is. And I was teaching the employees about hospitality, about guest relation, about guest complaint, about management, hospitality skills. And it was amazing. Then I had thanks to this experience, I had the opportunity to be deputy general manager of a 4-star hotel in Tahiti. Another challenge, but I love this challenge, and I love to take time to train people and then to be operational, because it's linked. It's linked. You can't, you have to be on the field to see what's happening, to see the change, because that's what you said. The hospitality industry is changing so fast, but the issues are not from now. We know them since a long time, really. So now it's time to adapt ourselves, to try to give the keys to the students, to be the leader of tomorrow, the hospitality leaders of tomorrow, and to make the change that hospitality needs, really. After this experience, COVID came. Hi. And I decided to come back to France for many reasons. And I started to work with a hospitality school in international programs. And I went to Alula in Saudi Arabia to teach students, Saudi students, about hospitality. So I've been there 1 month, and I was facing new challenge because these pupils are not, students are not the same, the one here, really. But they don't have the value of work as we do. Really, it's not the same. They don't used to work as hard as we do. But they have the welcoming attitude. They have the art. And that's all about art. So now I try to give meaning to students. I try to give, I found why I'm doing that. Hospitality taught me so many things. Hospitality taught me that every problem has a solution. Every problem has a solution, trust me. Because when you are in the operation, you're facing problems every time. So every time you find solutions. So why can't we find solution for hospitality training? We are facing new challenge, but challenges are good because we need to renew ourselves. So I think universities, as to schools, they have to give the keys to students to be independent, to love what they do. If you do things with the art, you do good things. Even if you do mistakes, you learn from the mistakes. So they have to trust themselves, to be confident. So for that, we have to give good skills. And trust me, France has really, really, really good hospitality skills, really. We have a lot of beautiful values in our countries, and that's what we have to share with the hospitality industry. So that's why we always have to work with professionals, because they are faced. When I was students, I loved when I had a professional teacher in front of me, because he was not just teaching, he was sharing his experiences, he was giving me trust, you know, the willing to win. And I think if we do things with the art, if we do with good intention, we can change the world for the best. And I think that we have really important, important things to do for that. Because hospitality is beautiful, and people will always travel, always. So now we have to be more sustainable, because this is also really important. And hospitality can change. When I traveled and I was in such Iceland, I see how hospitality can change life of people. Really, they change life of people. They give meanings to, they try to do their best. They are so happy to share the culture, to share the environment. And we have to be part of this environment, because an hotel is not just an hotel. It is part of an environment. That's what we have to do.
Thank you so much. And we are very proud to have alumni like you with your potential and talent. We wish you all the good success for all your career. Thank you so much, Anne. Just one word before giving the floor to Francesco Frangiali. Just one thing is about techniques. And sometimes when you see here the wrong side of the image, in fact, it's the right side when you look at Zoom. Because I've got the screen of Zoom, and it's on the right side. And another thing, and I would like we all applaud because we have more and more people coming to join us through Zoom. So we would like to applaud, for example, Philippines. Hello, Evangeline. Hello. Yeah. Then can we give as well an applause to Turkey? Adnan. Hello, Adnan. And an applause to Ukraine. Hi, Zuri. As well as China. Yes, please. We've got, hello, Frances. Hello, Frances. How are you?
Hi, Philip. Yeah, I'm good.
Good, excellent. Yeah. As well as Spain with Ramon. ¿Qué tal, Ramon? And other people, we've got as well Italy, but other people, I don't know who they are because it's not really names, but maybe you can help me.
Yes. And we have Evangeline Timbang from the Filipino.
Yeah, I think I mentioned her.
You're okay. Thank you.
Philippines. Yeah, thank you, thank you. Thank you to all. And during the General Assembly later, you will have time to have the microphone, but still now, if you have got a question, please use the chat. So now I'd like to give the floor to Francesco Frangeli. As you know, he's the former General Secretary and Honorary Secretary General of the UNWTO, the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Please, I would like you applaud Mr. Frangeli, and I give him the floor now.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Philip, for your introduction. But first of all, I have a lot of complaints. One is that the picture is not in the good sense, so you cannot read the text. It said it is Amfort, but you may not know. Secondly, I'm going to speak both in French and English, and I was expecting to be able to put my microphone somewhere, which is not possible. Well, we shall try to solve all that, and I will do it with the kind assistance of Martine Ferry.
Hello.
No, I have one. I have one in paper. No, this is too sophisticated. Martine will help me with the translation. I want, like Sébastien Jacot, Professor Sébastien Jacot did, to alternate between English and French. I think it's important we keep a multilingual organization. I am aware it has a cost, but Amfort has a French background. It has been created in France. Legally speaking, it's a French association, so to keep the French language, but also more and more, whenever possible, to have some events in Arabic, in Spanish, in Russian. You can do, Philip, what I did when I introduced the Chinese language in UNWTO. Yes. I said, Chinese will pay for that, and they did. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, my topics today is about tourism and globalization. It's a huge topic. Tourism is now a global phenomenon. There is a famous sentence from the French poet and writer Paul Valéry, which said, "The time of the finite world begins." This applies very well to tourism. The countries which remain closed to visitors could be counted on the figure of one single hand. Well, we had maybe a good news yesterday. China seems to be reopening little by little. They have alleviated some constraints. the complete exploration of the Earth has not satisfied man's appetite for investigation, the desire to discover, as Montesquieu in the old time already observed, those whose mores resemble to them and those who are distinct from them.
Le tourisme est désormais un phénomène global. S'applique au tourisme la célèbre phrase de Paul Valéry, le temps du monde fini commence. Et maintenant se comptent sur les doigts d'une main les pays qui demeurent fermés aux visiteurs venus d'ailleurs. Mais l'exploration complète de la Terre n'a pas assouvi l'appétit d'investigation des hommes, leur envie de découvrir, comme l'observait déjà Montesquieu, les mœurs de ceux qui leur ressemblent ou ne leur ressemblent pas.
By its very nature, tourism is both an expression and a factor of globalization. An expression and a factor. There are many aspects of this interdependence because once it became global, tourism began to interact with other elements which also became global. Epidemics, climatic disorders, loss of biodiversity, transnational pollution, cross-border migration, international crime and terrorism. I won't be able to explore all of them today. You would not survive. Therefore, I won't be able to speak, for instance, of subjects like war and peace between nations. We have a friend from Ukraine. Tourism and the political regimes, tourism and the major religions. These are very important themes as well. And in a book that I'm going to publish in a few weeks' time, I am addressing this subject based on the experience I could have visiting some 140 countries. So I will limit my intervention today to three topics, three aspects of this globalization in relation with tourism. Tourism as a driving force of the global economy, that's one. The mobility of people through both tourism and migration. This is in the news today with this boat arriving in the harbor of Toulon. And thirdly, the lesson that to be learned for the tourism sector by a major geopolitical event, the COVID-19 epidemic.
Par sa nature même, le tourisme est tout à la fois une expression et un facteur de mondialisation. Nombreux sont les aspects de cette interdépendance, car dès lors qu'il s'est mondialisé, le tourisme a commencé à interagir avec d'autres événements qui sont eux aussi devenus globaux. Épidémies, désordres climatiques, perte de biodiversité, pollution transnationale, migration transfrontalière, criminalité internationale et terrorisme. Je ne pourrai les explorer tous aujourd'hui. Je n'aborderai pas non plus ce matin les liens entre, d'un côté, le tourisme et de l'autre, la paix et la guerre entre les nations, les régimes politiques dont elles se dotent ou encore les grandes religions. Sur la base d'expériences vécues dans les 140 pays du monde que j'ai visités, j'en traite dans un ouvrage de souvenirs à paraître dans quelques jours. Je me limiterai ici à trois aspects. Le tourisme comme force d'entraînement de l'économie mondiale, la mobilité des hommes sur la planète par le tourisme et les migrations, les leçons pour le tourisme d'une crise géopolitique majeure, celle du Covid.
Donc, premier aspect, donc la force d'entraînement du tourisme dans l'économie mondiale. Alors, j'ai peut-être été un tout petit peu trop académique, mais le professeur Sébastien Jacot m'en voudra pas. Le tourisme n'a plus aujourd'hui et de loin la même taille qu'en 1950. 1950, c'est la première année pour laquelle on dispose de statistiques sur le tourisme international. Le nombre d'arrivées internationales depuis 1950 a été multiplié par 20 alors que la population mondiale a simplement triplé. Simplement, c'est déjà beaucoup. Mais 20 et 3, on voit la différence du rythme de progression. Donc le tourisme est beaucoup plus important, mais ce n'est pas le seul changement fondamental. L'autre changement, c'est qu'il s'est globalisé. En 1950, les 15 premiers pays destination recevaient 87% du total des arrivées. Aujourd'hui, c'est les 15 premiers, qui ne sont pas nécessairement d'ailleurs les mêmes, reçoivent moins de la moitié du total. Ça veut dire qu'il y a une pluralité d'acteurs et de destinations, qui sont, et certains d'entre vous représentent ces acteurs et ces destinations, qui sont rentrés dans le tableau. C'est, vous savez, ceux qui ont quelques souvenirs de la classe de terminale, on apprenait la physique, et on nous apprenait la loi de Mariotte. La loi de Mariotte, pas Mariotte l'hôtelier, hein, Mariotte avec un E, c'était que tout gaz occupe par nature tout l'espace qui lui est possible d'occuper. Mais il y a une sorte de loi de Mariotte du tourisme. Le tourisme va partout, et tous les coins du monde sont occupés, même l'Antarctique est maintenant visité. Le tourisme, c'est 1,466 milliard d'arrivées et 3 325 milliards d'euros de recettes pour les seuls déplacements internationaux. Alors, j'ai pris les chiffres de 2019, on a ceux de 2020 et ceux de 2021, mais 2019, c'est la dernière année de référence avant l'épidémie de Covid. Alors, pourquoi, au-delà des chiffres, il existe une force d'entraînement?
Yes. May I interrupt you? Sorry, Francesco. First of all, the driving force of tourism in the global economy. Tourism is no longer the same size today as it was in the 1950s, the first year for which statistics are available. The number of international arrivals has been multiplied by 20, while the world population has only been multiplied by 3. But its nature has also changed for another reason. It has become globalized. In the 1950s, the top 15 destination receiving countries accounted for 87% of world arrivals. In the 2015, the top 15 countries, which are not necessarily the same that in 1950, received just over half of the total. The number of tourism stakeholders and destination has multiplied. A bit like these gazes, which expand to occupy all the volume offered to them, tourism extends all the spaces made available to it. Drawing up on my school memories, what a physician, Marriott, says, Marriott law of tourism, I can say. More than 1,400,000,000 arrivals and more than 3.3 billion euros in receipts for international travel alone. The flows that tourism generates are considerable. I'm taking data from 2019 here, the last year before COVID. But beyond the volumes in questions, two specific characteristics of tourism which are due to its very nature, explain its remarkable driving force.
The first characteristic stems from its transversal nature. Tourism is cross-cutting. And consequently, there is a multiplier of the tourism expenditure. Let me elaborate a little bit on that. Because tourism is a complicated thing. The traveler which engage himself or herself in a series of economic acts before traveling, when traveling, and after traveling, is spending money in, first of all, what we call the characteristic enterprises of the sector: hotel, restaurants, travel agent, and so on. And then he can spend also his money on for other services or even goods, purchasing of goods, with enterprises which are not part of the tourism industry, not characteristic. But spending in characteristic enterprises, it generates other spendings of intermediary services and goods in other branches of the economy. This is what is called the multiplier effect. Just like a stone thrown into water generates circular waves which become amplified, and initial tourism expenditure creates streams of receipts and expenditures when it widens throughout the economy and beyond the economy throughout the society. It is this central fact, the tourism expenditure multiplier, that explain the driving force of tourism in the global economy.
La première caractéristique provient de son caractère transversal et par voie de conséquence de l'effet multiplicateur de la dépense touristique. Le tourisme, en effet, est chose compliquée. Le voyageur qui se déplace se livre à une série d'actes économiques avant, pendant, voire après son séjour. Sur place, il effectue des dépenses dans diverses entreprises dites caractéristiques de l'industrie touristique, agences de voyage, hôtels, restaurants, mais se porte aussi acquéreur de biens et services produits par d'autres branches de l'économie. Les dépenses effectuées dans une entreprise caractéristique de l'industrie touristique réceptive entraînent à leur tour, par différents canaux, la création de flux additionnels de rémunération et de consommations intermédiaires au profit des diverses branches de l'économie tout entière. Comme une pierre lancée dans l'eau génère des ondes circulaires successives qui vont en s'amplifiant, une dépense touristique initiale crée des flux de recettes et des dépenses allant en s'élargissant dans toute l'économie et par-delà dans toute la société. Dans cette donnée centrale, l'effet multiplicateur de la dépense touristique, c'est ce qui explique la force motrice du tourisme dans l'économie mondiale.
My good friend Jeffrey Lipman, who will make an intervention just after us, used to describe this with two words: linkages and leakages. Linkages between tourism and the other branches of the economy, and leakages, the fact that all the money does not remain within the economy. J'explique ça en français. L'effet multiplicateur de la dépense touristique n'est pas infini. Il y a des fuites dans le système. Et cet effet multiplicateur est profondément dépendant du niveau de l'importance, mais surtout du niveau de diversification de l'économie. C'est ce qui limite, notamment, le jeu du multiplicateur dans les économies en développement. Alors ça peut prendre diverses formes. Les importations induites par le développement touristique, les contrats déséquilibrés dont se plaignent généralement nos amis du Maghreb, par exemple, entre les gros tours opérateurs et les hôteliers récepteurs. Les salaires versés aux cadres internationaux, les expatriés, le rapatriement des bénéfices au lieu de leur réinvestissement sur place. Tout ceci sont des formes de fuite. Prenons un exemple pour illustrer le propos. Si je m'en vais séjourner dans un pays que j'aime bien, qui est le Sénégal, si je vais dans un hôtel de top class à Sali, ou si je séjourne à l'hôtel Méridien de Dakar, je vais dépenser beaucoup chaque jour. Mais une bonne partie de ce que je vais dépenser, pour les raisons que je viens d'énumérer, générera des fuites et ne restera pas dans l'économie du Sénégal. Si je vais séjourner dans un petit village, un accueil chez l'habitant, comme il y en a de plus en plus en Afrique subsaharienne, là où il n'y a pas de terrorisme, je dépenserai moins quotidiennement. Mais ce que je vais dépenser va rester davantage dans l'économie locale parce que les fuites ceux-là seront plus faibles. Donc on touche là l'effet d'entraînement du tourisme et sa limite principale dans une économie désormais mondialisée. Dernier exemple, puis je repasse la parole à Martine, un autre pays qui est assez agréable si vous voulez prendre un peu de soleil et une mer chaude, ce sont les îles Maldives. Il y a une centaine d'îles. Ce pays, cette destination reçoit maintenant 1 700 000 visiteurs par an. Grâce au tourisme, les Maldives sont sortis de la liste des 48 pays les moins avancés du monde. Donc c'était un des pays les plus pauvres. Il n'est plus dans la liste des pays plus pauvres. Grâce à quoi? Grâce au tourisme. Mais l'effet serait beaucoup plus fort si tout ce que vous consommez, tout ce que les hôtels qui vous accueillent aux Maldives consomment, n'était pas importé, et si la main-d'œuvre employée ne venait pas du Pakistan, du Bangladesh, de l'Inde. C'est là qu'on voit la nature de l'effet d'entraînement du tourisme, très positif, mais en même temps ses limites.
However, the multiplication effect of tourism expenditure is not infinite. On an international scale, it is deeply dependent on the level of development and, above all, on the degree of diversification of the economy of the country visited. It is the second characteristic. These leakages, that is to say, the part of the tourist expenditure which escapes and in doing so reduces the positive impact on the local economy, take various forms. Induced exports, unbalanced contract between the tour operators in the north and the hotelier in the south, royalties of various kinds paid to external economic agents and in particular to multinational companies, salaries paid to expatriates, repatriation of profits preferred to local reinvestment of profits generated. The traveler who goes to Senegal, and it was the case of Francesco, and stays in a top-class hotel in Sali or in the Méridien in Dakar, the most luxurious in the country, will spend large sums of money there every day. This spending will, of course, create wealth and jobs. But for the reason just stated, a significant part of this revenue will not remain in the country's economy. The traveler who, on the contrary, prefer modest accommodation with the local will spend much less on a daily basis, but the bulk of its contribution will remain in the village community which welcomed him. We are touching here on the main limit of the ripple effect of tourism in a largely globalized economy, especially with regard to the development of the poorest country, which insufficiently diversified economies. Despite this, tourism sometimes allows what was thought to be unfeasible. A country like the Maldives has dropped out from the list of the 48 poorest, the least developed countries, thanks to tourism. Moreover, the net benefit for the economy from the 1.7 million tourists that the archipelago received in the 100 or so islands open to tourism would be much greater still if the bulk of the investment, good and intermediate consumption were not imported there, and if the country was not obliged to resort to labor from elsewhere.
I conclude on this first point. Tourism is a powerful economic force on global level. It plays a major role in foreign trade and balance of payments. If we include revenue from air passenger traffic, it is, depending on the year, the third or fourth largest export in the world after fuels, chemicals, and some years food products, but more, for instance, than exports of cars. If we add to the expenditure made by the tourist abroad the purchase of air tickets, tourism has represented in 2019 a quarter of world export of services and 7% of the total of exports worldwide.
Le tourisme est une force économique puissante à l'échelle mondiale. Il joue un rôle majeur dans les échanges extérieurs et les balances des paiements. Si on inclut les revenus du trafic aérien de passagers, c'est, selon les années, la 3e ou 4e exportation mondiale, après les combustibles, les produits chimiques et certaines années les produits alimentaires, mais devant les exportations d'automobiles. Si on ajoute aux dépenses effectuées par les visiteurs étrangers les achats de billets d'avion, les recettes d'ensemble du tourisme mondial représentaient en 2019 le quart des exportations mondiales de services et 7% des exportations totales de biens et services.
Mesdames, Messieurs, j'en viens à mon deuxième thème. Comme je disais, est d'une actualité certaine et même à certains égards pénible. C'est la relation entre le tourisme et les migrations internationales. Pour une large part aujourd'hui, l'humanité est connectée et, dans une certaine mesure, elle est aussi mobile. La crise du Covid, d'ailleurs, ayant accentué le premier aspect au détriment du second, c'est pour ça que Philippe François constate qu'on a moins de participants que la dernière fois. Davantage connectés, moins mobiles. La mobilité de la communauté mondialisée des hommes, elle naît du tourisme et des migrations. Il y a des symboles étranges, n'est-ce pas? Les deux phénomènes se télescopent parfois. Quand, par exemple, il y a 2-3 ans sur l'île de Kos en Grèce, des migrants qui venaient de la côte turque toute proche ont débarqué comme ça au milieu des transats, des gens qui sur leur chaise longue étaient en train de prendre le soleil et qui ont demandé ce qui se passait. Quand vous avez des migrants afghans notamment qui essaient de partir pour l'Angleterre, où ils ont des attaches, je pense qu'ils parlent un peu la langue, à Calais, ils empêchent de passer l'Eurostar, dans lequel il y a des passagers qui vont aussi en Angleterre. Ce sont des phénomènes qui se télescopent et qui montrent la complexité du monde mobile dans lequel nous vivons.
Second point, tourism and migration. Much of today's humanity is connected and mobile, with the COVID pandemic having favored the first dimension over the second. The mobility of the globalized human community stems from tourism and migration. A strange symbol of the shortened world in which we live, the two phenomena sometimes collide when, for instance, the two groups cross paths, as in the Greek island of Kos in the Dodecanese archipelago, where illegal immigrants from nearby Turkey land in the middle of sun lounger for vacationers lounging on the beach. Or like in Calais, when passengers on the Eurostar to England are blocked by migrants trying to slip in.
Un tout petit mot de définition statistique basée sur la recommandation de 2008 des Nations Unies. Un touriste n'est pas un migrant, statistiquement. Un migrant n'est pas un touriste. La chose qu'ils ont en commun, c'est qu'ils quittent ce qu'on appelle leur environnement habituel, là où ils ont leur attache, leur vie, leur famille, Bon. Et s'ils le font pour s'établir ailleurs, ils sont des migrants. S'ils le font pour autre chose, ce sont des touristes. Si on s'en va de son domicile pour une raison professionnelle, de son environnement habituel pour des raisons professionnelles, et qu'on y revient, on est un touriste d'affaires, on n'est pas un migrant. Si un migrant revient de l'endroit où il s'est établi, par exemple pour revoir sa famille qui est restée au pays, il est un touriste. Quelquefois, nos amis du Maghreb ont un petit peu de difficulté avec ces statistiques. Mais c'est ça les définitions. Donc il n'y a pas, au niveau des concepts, la moindre ambiguïté. Mais après avoir dit ça, c'est pas si simple. Parce que, par exemple, certains migrants, j'ai été juge pendant 6 ans à la Cour nationale du droit d'asile, migrants qui sont venus en France comme touristes, comme étudiants, pas à l'IREST, mais ailleurs, et qui ensuite ont triché et sont restés sur le territoire national. Donc les définitions statistiques sont claires. Dans la pratique, il y a quelquefois un petit peu plus de difficulté à cerner les choses.
Statistically, a tourist is not a migrant, and a migrant is not a tourist. According to the definition adopted by the United Nations Statistical Commission, when one changes usual environment and settles elsewhere in particular to work there, or he or she is a migrant. On the other hand, when one moves outside one's usual environment for professional reasons without settling there and then returns to one's country of residence, he or she is a business tourist. When a migrant returns to visit his family back home, he or she is also, statistically speaking, a tourist. There is therefore no ambiguity at that conceptual level, but it is quite obvious that in practice, the statistical measurement of flows is often not simple, starting with the existence of false tourists who abuse this quality to settle elsewhere.
280 million migrants were living in a country other than their own in 2020, 280 million. They represent 3.6% of the world population. This proportion has increased in the recent decades, but sometime in the history, it has been much higher. Prior to the First World War, the proportion was some 10% of the world population. When you know economic and social situation was so difficult in Eastern Europe or in Ireland or south of Italy, people were migrating to the Americas. With all due respect to former President Donald Trump, despite the influx of migrants from Latin America, the proportion of immigrants in the population of the United States is lower today than it was in 1913. Migration is not only the movement of men and women from the countries of the South, poor countries, sometimes countries at war, towards those of the North, supposed to be rich and in peace, not always in peace. Only 60% of migrants have settled in the most developed regions of the world. Only 1 out of 3 migrants leaves a developing country, only 1/3, to reach a developed country.
280 millions de migrants habitaient dans un autre pays que le leur en 2020. Ils représentaient 3,6% de la population mondiale. Cette proportion s'est accrue dans les dernières décennies, mais elle a bien été plus élevée à d'autres périodes de l'histoire. Avant la Première Guerre mondiale, les migrants fuyant la pauvreté, les famines et les guerres de l'Europe représentaient environ 10% de la population mondiale. N'en déplaise à Trump, malgré l'afflux des migrants d'Amérique latine, la proportion d'immigrés dans les populations des États-Unis est inférieure aujourd'hui à ce qu'elle était en 1913. La migration n'est pas que le mouvement des hommes venus des pays du Sud, pauvres et parfois en guerre, vers ceux du Nord, riches et en paix, ou supposés l'être. Seuls 60% des migrants se sont établis dans les régions du monde les plus développées. Un migrant sur 3 seulement part d'un pays en développement pour rejoindre un pays développé.
This thirst for movement of a humanity in perpetual motion as you know, its tragic side. According to the United Nations and the Organization for Migration, 3,200 migrants died in 2021 in the Mediterranean, out of the 120,000 which crossed the sea. If you look at the tragic event, like the one of November 13, 2015 in Paris, you will see that those the perpetrators of this crime have been traveling through all Europe and were coming from outside Europe. And if you look at the victims, they came from 18 different countries. This is today one aspect of globalization.
Cette soif de développement d'une humanité en mouvement perpétuel a ses côtés tragiques. Selon l'Organisation des Nations Unies et celle des migrations, 3200 migrants ont trouvé la mort en 2021 en Méditerranée sur les 120 000 qui l'ont traversée. Les tragiques attentats terroristes du 13 novembre 2015 à Paris sont, dans leur horreur même, révélateurs de certains traits caractéristiques de notre société mondialisée. Plusieurs des auteurs de ces assassinats avaient transité par divers pays du Proche-Orient, des Balkans et de l'Union européenne. Leurs victimes étaient originaires de 18 pays différents.
Les migrations et le tourisme sont de plus en plus imbriqués. On est en présence d'ordre de grandeur un peu comparable. Les 280 millions d'expatriés dont je parlais tout à l'heure ont renvoyé dans leur pays, en 2021, 620 milliards de dollars. Et les 2/3 de cette somme vers les pays en développement. C'est 2 ou 3 fois moins que le tourisme, mais c'est des ordres de grandeur qui se comparent. Et certains pays, le Mexique, le Maroc, la Tunisie, la Turquie, l'Égypte, bénéficient des deux sources, des rapatriements d'argent de leurs expatriés et des recettes du tourisme. Le montant de ce qu'on appelle ces remittances, c'est le mot anglais pour ces transferts d'argent des migrants, a doublé en 5 ans. Autre aspect de cette interrelation, lorsque vous avez une communauté qui s'installe dans un autre pays, soit qui s'est installée il y a longtemps, par exemple les Espagnols ou les Portugais en Amérique latine, soit qui s'est installée récemment, ça génère dans un second temps des flux touristiques de ce qu'on appelle quelquefois le tourisme ethnique ou affinity tourism. On revient voir la terre de ses ancêtres, ou on vient voir des cousins, des copains qui sont restés au pays. Donc les deux phénomènes s'enchaînent l'un l'autre et se génèrent l'un l'autre.
My statement may come as a surprise, but in my opinion, the two phenomena of tourism and migration are largely part of the very deep motivation among many of our...
Non, Martine,
Yes?
tu vas plus vite que la musique. Les deux paragraphes d'avant.
Oh, yes, but we can. Yes, migration et tourisme sont de plus en plus imbriqués. On est en présence de deux phénomènes dont les ordres de grandeur peuvent être comparés. Les 280 millions d'expatriés ont renvoyé dans leur pays d'origine 620 milliards de dollars en 2021. Les 2/3 vers des...
Je t'interromps encore. Je l'ai fait en français, ça. Donc
oh, pardon. I want to speed up the process, you know. I want to speed up a little bit because it is so interesting, and you will have the full text in both in French later on. So if you want to proceed, and I will come back. I will come back on everything.
I'll make it in English as well. I just say that migration and tourism are really connected.
Yes.
They are connected. One aspect is that the 280 millions of people living abroad, expatriated, they send to their country what we call remittances, as high of $620 billion in 2021. And countries like Egypt, Tunisia, Morocco, Mexico, and many others, they benefit from both the remittances and the expenditure of the foreign tourist. Another aspect of this interdependence, interrelation, is the affinity tourism or ethnic tourism. A community abroad generates in a second time, in a later time, a flow of visitors that want to see the land of their ancestors or to meet with their friends and relatives who have migrated. Mon affirmation, l'affirmation qui va suivre, pourra peut-être vous surprendre, mais à mon avis, les deux phénomènes de tourisme et de migration participent pour une large part de la même motivation chez beaucoup de nos contemporains, celle de la curiosité du goût pour la découverte, le dépaysement, voire l'aventure. Beaucoup de migrants ne partent pas, ou ne partent pas seulement parce qu'ils sont chassés par la guerre, la famine ou une détérioration brutale de leur cadre de vie. On est dans ce village global dont parlait déjà il y a bien longtemps McLuhan. Hier, la télévision, et encore la télévision aujourd'hui, l'Internet maintenant ouvre aux nomades en puissance de nombreux et nouveaux horizons. L'étudiant américain qui va partir découvrir la Chine, ou le jeune malien qui veut venir travailler en Europe, ils n'ont pas grand-chose en commun quant à leur histoire personnelle, leur background, leurs références. Mais ils ont l'un et l'autre soif de découvrir autre chose, d'autres gens, d'autres horizons, des prairies où l'herbe est plus verte que là où ils habitaient. Il n'est pas exceptionnel dans le monde d'aujourd'hui que l'on parte comme étudiant ou comme touriste, pas du tout avec la volonté de s'établir, puisque finalement on rencontre un lieu où on se plaît, où on rencontre une personne avec qui on veut rester. Je crois que pour le titre de plus grande agence matrimoniale du monde, sont en compétition le programme européen Erasmus et les Journées mondiales de la jeunesse de l'Église catholique. C'est là où on se rend compte, même maintenant aujourd'hui, l'amour est devenu globalisé.
So my statement may come as a surprise, but in my opinion, the two phenomena of tourism and migration are largely part of a very deep motivation among many of our contemporaries, that of curiosity, a taste for discovery, for a change of scenery, and even for adventure. Many migrants do not live simply or do not live at all because they are driven out by war, famine, persecution, or the brutal alteration of their living environment. There is another explanation. In the global village of which McLuhan spoke to us, television yesterday, the internet today, opened up many horizons to the potential nomad. The American student who lives to discover China, or the young Malian who tries his luck in Europe, probably do not have much in common, whether in terms of their cultural field or their way of life, but they are both keen to meet elsewhere other people or other horizons, other meadows, where at least they think the grass will be greener. It is not exceptional in today's world that one lives as a student or as a tourist without any desire to expatriate, and that in the end of he or she decided to do so. Having encountered elsewhere the place or the person that, without knowing it, he or she was looking for. The European Erasmus program is in competition with the World Youth of Days of the Catholic Church for the title of first marriage agency in the world. Even love, in these strange times we lived in, is going global.
Let me conclude on this second point. Tourism abhors finicky controls, walls, and bare-bred wire fences. And these obstacles may result from the desire to stop illegal immigration. We saw that in 2015, when the conflict in Syria and Iraq, as a result of sending to Europe 1.5 million of migrants. And this has generated, sparked growing apprehension and phenomena of rejection. And some political parties are making their business with this phenomena of rejection. We saw that recently in Sweden, in Italy, and elsewhere. The danger is that when you want to stop illegal immigration, government put some barriers to this immigration, but at the same time, it affects tourism. You want to stop immigration, and you stop tourism. Maybe one of the worst examples was the travel ban, it was called like that, decided in 2017 by President Donald Trump to stop terrorism from Muslim countries. It prevented people from these countries to visit the United States. Or we see that today when Russian people cannot travel to North America or to Western Europe. I am not sure that it prevents the Tsar of the Kremlin from sleeping.
Le tourisme a horreur des contrôles tatillons, des murs et des clôtures en fil de fer barbelé. Or, ceux-ci peuvent résulter de la volonté d'arrêter l'immigration illégale. Comme la vague migratoire sans précédent de l'année 2015, entraînant vers l'Europe ceux qui fuyaient les conflits de la Syrie et de l'Irak l'a montré, l'immigration, lorsqu'elle prend un caractère incontrôlé, suscite des appréhensions croissantes et des phénomènes de rejet dans les pays de destination sur lesquels des partis politiques bâtissent leur fonds de commerce électoral. Des barrières physiques ou juridiques de plus en plus sévères sont mises à ces mouvements migratoires. Il faut cependant éviter qu'on se trompe de cible et qu'en visant l'une, l'immigration illégale, on atteigne l'autre, le tourisme transfrontalier. L'exemple le plus achevé d'un obstacle mis aux voyageurs pour des raisons supposées de sécurité est certainement le travel ban décidé en 2017 par le président Donald Trump, interdisant l'accès au territoire américain aux ressortissants de 7 pays musulmans considérés présentant des risques. L'actuelle administration américaine l'a levé, mais, comme le montrent les élections de mardi, la tentation est toujours là, sous-jacente. Au titre des sanctions pesant sur leur pays, les voyageurs russes n'ont plus accès aux destinations de l'Amérique du Nord, de l'Union européenne et d'une partie de l'Asie du Nord-Est. Ce n'est pourtant pas cela qui empêchera de dormir le tsar du Kremlin.
J'en viens parce que je vois que Philippe François s'impatiente à mon troisième et dernier point, qui est la crise sanitaire globale dont nous sortons à peine et qui nous convie à davantage de durabilité pour le tourisme international. En décembre 2004, le tourisme international a vécu sa pire crise. La pire crise par le nombre de morts touristes. Ce fut le 26 décembre, le tsunami qui a provoqué non seulement 200 000 morts dans la province d'Aceh au nord de Sumatra, mais également 3 000 morts à Phuket et dans la côte Andaman et d'autres ailleurs. Nous avions tenu une réunion exceptionnelle de nos conseils exécutifs, qui avait été assez appréciée, et le Premier ministre de Thaïlande de l'époque, Thaksin Shinawatra, m'avait appris à cette occasion, parce qu'il est d'origine chinoise, le mot Ouiji. Je suis sûr que Martine le connaît par cœur maintenant, après tant d'années à Shanghai. Le mot Ouiji veut dire crise. Et l'idéogramme crise en chinois, il a un double sens. C'est un désastre, mais c'est une opportunité. Et effectivement, lorsque vous avez une crise, vous avez souvent le double aspect, le désastre et l'opportunité. Alors le désastre pour du Covid, il est énorme. Ça a touché de plein fouet l'économie touristique mondiale, de manière bien plus importante que la crise précédente qui avait été celle en 2008 des subprimes. Avec le Covid, le volume des arrivées a été divisé par 3, passant du 1,466 milliard que j'ai cité tout à l'heure à environ 400 millions de touristes en 2020 et 2021. Mais une opportunité aussi. La crise, nous dit l'OCDE, c'est l'occasion de forger une économie plus forte, plus durable et plus résistante. Antonio Guterres, le secrétaire général des Nations Unies, nous dit « Il est impératif que nous reconstruisions le secteur du tourisme d'une manière sûre, équitable et respectueuse du climat. »
Third point, the COVID-19 crisis invites us to more sustainability in international tourism. On the occasion of what, by the number of travelers who lost their lives in the greatest tragedy in the history of the world tourism, the tsunami of December 26, 2004, I learned from the Prime Minister of Thailand, Thaksin Shinawatra, the meaning of the Chinese ideogram Weiji, which means crisis. It is twofold. A crisis is both a disaster and an opportunity. The COVID crisis, from which we are just emerging, and of which tourism has been both the vector and the victim, is an example of this. A disaster first. Much more than SARS in 2002, the COVID pandemic has hit world tourism hard, and especially some of its components: air transport, business and convention tourism, cruise, and the winter sports industry. The volume of international arrivals has been divided by 3, from 1.4 billion in 2019 to 400 million in 2020 and 446 in 2021. It was the most serious drop in the history in our activity, far beyond the effect of the 2008 financial crisis. A disaster, but only probably an opportunity too. For the OECD, the COVID crisis constitutes an opportunity to rethink tourism for the future, to forge a stronger, more sustainable and more resilient tourism economy. The Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, declared from his part that in as early as 2020, it is imperative that we rebuild the tourism sector in a safe, fair and climate-friendly way.
Regardons un petit peu ce qui s'est passé avec le Covid pendant l'année 2020 et l'année 2021. Les destinations qui ont été les plus touchées par cette crise sanitaire sans précédent étaient celles qui étaient fortement dépendantes d'un produit unique et vulnérable ou d'une seule destination. Certaines îles de la Caraïbe ont pris conscience qu'elles ne pouvaient plus continuer à vivre uniquement en accueillant des bateaux de croisière avec 3 000, 4 000, 5 000, 7 000 cabines.
Ah oui, c'est mieux avec le micro. C'est surtout mieux avec le micro pour ceux qui nous écoutent sur Zoom et sur WTM. Donc, je le redis que les destinations qui dépendaient d'un seul produit ou d'un seul marché ont été plus affectées que les autres. Et on le voit avec les îles de la Caraïbe qui dépendent uniquement des grands bateaux de croisière. La ville de Venise s'en est aperçue déjà et elle commence à le savoir. On ne peut plus continuer comme ça à dépendre de ces masses de tourisme arrivant sur des bateaux de croisière. Dans une forme de tourisme que je connais bien, dans les Alpes, les stations de ski ont été touchées de manière différenciée. Celles qui dépendaient uniquement du ski, du tout ski, celles généralement de haute altitude, ont été touchées de plein fouet, puisque les remontées mécaniques ont été fermées par les autorités publiques pour des raisons sanitaires dans certains pays, pas partout. Alors que les villages de moyenne montagne, aux produits touristiques plus diversifiés, pouvant accueillir aussi l'été, ont été moins affectés par l'effet de la pandémie. Alors ceci nous donne une orientation pour l'avenir. Il faut cesser de se reposer uniquement sur le tout ski. Il eut son heure de gloire, il ne va pas disparaître d'un instant, mais il faut progressivement bâtir une économie touristique montagnarde plus diversifiée autour d'une gamme de produits de tourisme sportif, de tourisme culturel, de tourisme de santé, d'écotourisme. Ils en ont le potentiel, mais cela demande une révolution culturelle dans les esprits.
Among those the most affected by this unprecedented health crisis are destinations heavily dependent on a unique and vulnerable tourism product. Some Caribbean islands realized that they could not continue to live solely from the stopover of visitors, the mega cruises ships. An iconic destination like Venice has begun to share the same awareness. In the Alps, the high altitude resorts, whose lifts and cable cars had to be closed, felt the inconvenience of being exclusively devoted to the practice of alpine skiing, while the medium altitude villages resisted rather well. They must stop being resorts dominated by old skiing policy. With the change in the climate, they were already beginning to become aware of this necessity. Around the snow activities that will remain, they must learn and deploy a wide range of sports, leisure, cultural, and health tourism activities throughout the year. Diversification must be accompanied by flexibility.
Ça, je l'ai pas encore dit.
That's a nice conclusion. Both are the guarantee to be safe.
Absolument. Faced with a sudden change in the international panorama, you have to know how to turn to another market if a usual one suddenly closes, starting by looking at your internal market, which has been the key of limiting the impact in 2020-2021 in a country like France. To gain flexibility, it's necessary to be able to respond through training, this is for Amfort, and digitization, through the reorientation of promotional action, in order to be able to accommodate successive or simultaneous presence of customers from different countries and with their unequal purchasing power, their different languages, habits, and tastes. In summary, the demand for sustainability resulting from this terrible pandemic meets the need to act in the face of the gigantic challenge of climate change. La leçon de cette pandémie, celle qu'on doit aller vers un tourisme plus durable, rejoint la même leçon qui fait qu'on a besoin de s'adapter au changement climatique. I will not further elaborate on climate change. This will be done in a few seconds by my old friend Jeffrey Lippman, speaking from Sharm el-Sheikh, where takes place the COP27.
À la diversification doit s'adjoindre la flexibilité. Toutes deux sont garanties de sécurité. Face à un changement brutal du panorama international, il faut savoir se tourner vers un autre marché si un marché habituel se ferme, en commençant par s'adresser à son propre marché intérieur. Pour gagner en flexibilité, il faut pouvoir répondre par la formation et la numérisation et la réorientation des actions de promotion à la présence simultanée ou successive de clients de différents pays, à leur pouvoir d'achat inégaux, leur langue, leurs habitudes et leurs goûts différents. En résumé, l'exigence de durabilité résultant de cette terrible pandémie rejoint la nécessité d'agir face aux gigantesques défis du changement climatique. Je n'en traiterai pas davantage, laissant à Geoffrey Lippman le soin de l'évoquer depuis Sharm el-Sheikh où se tient la COP27. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. And a special thanks to Martin, because it was very difficult for us.
Martin, who is a member of Amfort and in charge of academic affairs at the École de Management de Lyon. Thank you so much. Yes, I've got to apologize, Jeffrey Lippman. Jeffrey Lippman was supposed to be with us today, and but unfortunately is still talking and negotiating in Sharm el-Sheikh for COP27. So I'd like, just obviously you know him, at least the name, Professor Geoffrey Lippman is formerly executive director of IATA, and he was the first president of WTTC, the World Travel and Tourism Council, and he was assistant general secretary of UNWTO, and currently is president of Sun Malta, the strong universal network, as is envoy for sustainable tourism global center and leading the TPCC, the Turin Panel on Climate Change. So thank you, Xavier. to put on the video that Geoffrey just sent us yesterday.
I want to thank Amport for inviting me to join this panel. I want to thank Amport. I want to thank Amport for inviting me to join this panel and give my apologies for not being with you in Paris. But I'm currently at COP27 launching the TPCC, Tourism Panel on Climate Change, an IPCC for tourism to provide objective metrics for smart action. I want to use this occasion, firstly, to pay tribute to my old friend and former colleague, Francesco Frangeli, who was the first person in the tourism world to spot the existential impact of climate change and to start action on it when he was Secretary General at UNWTO and launched the first public discussion in Jerba in 2003 and again on a large scale in Davos in 2007. I was privileged to work with Francesco and to support his initiatives. I have 3 points to contribute today. First, existential is not just another word. It means if we don't hit Paris 1.5 in 2050 as a society, your grandkids and mine will freeze or fry, dependent on where they live in the world. Second point, IPCC says we have to peak greenhouse gas emissions by 2025, cut them almost in half by 2030, and get to net zero by 2050 to do it. The 2050 message is fatally ignored by tourism. Third point, well-publicized declarations are what Greta Thunberg called blah, blah, blah. We need actions now, millions of them around the world, for our locally integrated socioeconomic sector. And by locally, I mean global policies and concepts and agreements played out at the local level. And we need those actions starting now. Why do I say millions of actions? Because our world is made up of hugely complex national and subnational entities. That the information that we get on the metaverse probably masks because it has to be simple and condensed and easily given. So let me say, there is no magic solution to the code red climate crisis. There are no global pathways. There are just clever publicists pretending there are. Progress will be messy. It will vary from community to community and from company to company. Some will shoot forward and some will slow down. But make no mistake, everyone has to be in for 2050. This is a multi-decade journey, and everyone has to start now because we've almost run out of time. I want to close by referencing 2 actions that I'm personally involved in and where we would love to collaborate with Amport and right-minded organizations. First, at SunX Malta, the NGO that I run, with support from the government of Malta, as a legacy to my old friend Maurice Strong. It's the Strong Universal Network. We're trying to build a culture of climate-friendly travel, linking everything in travel and tourism to Paris 1.5 and whichever of the 17 SDGs people in that community or that company commit to. We provide a place to register climate and sustainability action plans, a diploma to train young national leaders, and a support system for companies and communities. It's mostly all free. Why not help us to bring this to the Francophone world? We're currently cooperating with the European Travel Commission, and we're starting pilot projects. Why couldn't we start one in Paris, in France, which has been a leader in this whole global climate response initiative? Not just with the Paris Declaration and climate agreement, but in a whole range of sustainability actions over many, many years. And the second and final point, as I mentioned, here in Sharm, as an envoy for the Saudi Sustainable Tourism Global Center, we launched yesterday a new TPCC. Remember those letters, TPCC, Tourism Panel on Climate Change, an independent science-based body inspired by the IPCC and created in 1988 by Maurice Strong to give neutral, objective data for climate and sustainability policymakers. It has done incredible work to help focus attention on the important challenges and opportunities in this area over the past 3 decades. And we are trying, a small group of academics and climate scientists. We have more than 60 tourism climate experts from 30 countries with an initial 3-year work program to stocktake and to deliver a code red science assessment of the interactions between tourism, climate impacts, and responsive policies. I'm very excited about this initiative because whilst there's literally hundreds of studies of different aspects of the interaction with climate change and tourism, there's not really any objective, neutral, science-based approach without either advocacy or coming from some specific location or another. We look to work with Amfort as we advance this program and help make the world a better place for our kids. Thank you very much.
Yes, my dear Jeffrey and dear professor, you asked me, as president of Amfort, you asked me this question. I'll tell you, yes, we can. So now this afternoon we are going to change a little bit our government in Amfort, and I'm sure that the new president will be very happy to continue discussion with you, dear Jeffrey, on yes, we can make an effort, we can change the world with Amfort. Professor Jacot, maybe any comment on Mr. Frangeli or Mr. Lippmann comments, and you have your own ideas, perhaps.
Ok. Merci beaucoup. Merci pour ces deux communications et présentations très inspirantes. Next to that, I understood that we had two languages today, so. But I will go. Okay, I will go on in English, and after that, I will switch another time to French. You said yes, we can. I think yes, they can, because we are in charge also to transmit all these ideas, these principles to students, and it was very interesting to hear you also, because we see that. Independency, you spoke about that. It's very key, and this is an issue for us, not to say you have to do that, you have to do that, but to give them the tools, the concepts, in order to also invent new ways of developing tourism. I also really appreciated the relations that you made between tourism and migration, and it was very inspiring to see them together and to see them as motivated by the same impulse to discover the world. And I think we also can have this parallel between what you presented as the economic impact of tourism and the economic impact of migrations, with two reverse dimensions. So thank you very much for that. We were colleagues for some years in IRES, Paris Important, but I didn't know this part of your life about being a judge concerning asylum affairs. So we see that this diversity of experiences really is an enrichment of tourism and the comprehension of tourism. We have to integrate it to more social dimensions, and not to analyze it as a specific sector. So I understood that we have a few minutes now for some questions and remarks from the audience online or there, in French or in English.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Moaz Qasim. I am Vice President of AMFORT. Just in few words, there are some voices that call for a COP specific to tourism. So perhaps it is a good idea to mitigate climate change impacts that are looking very important today.
Anybody on the chat? No? Last word, perhaps, Francesco Franciani, maybe?
Sur le changement climatique, Jeffrey nous a parlé peut-être plus des mécanismes que de la substance. Mais il ne pouvait pas tout dire, hein, en une courte intervention comme celle-là. C'est effectivement dans votre pays, lorsque nous avons commencé à traiter le sujet en 2003, puis à Davos, puis je suis allé à la COP 16 à Bali présenter nos conclusions. Le tourisme contribue au changement climatique. À l'époque, nos estimations, celles que nous avons présentées aux Nations Unies, étaient de l'ordre de 4-8% à 5% des émissions de gaz à effet de serre. La moitié environ venant du transport aérien, et le reste, le reste du reste, notamment du secteur de l'hospitalité. Le tourisme contribue, mais le tourisme est victime. C'est un peu comme pour le Covid. Certains de ces compartiments sont particulièrement touchés. J'ai fait référence à l'industrie des sports d'hiver. C'est la plus évidente, mais ce n'est pas la seule. Quand vous avez les petites îles de l'océan Indien ou du Pacifique qui voient le niveau de la mer monter et les installations emportées par les flots. Quand j'étais à Bali pour cette COP, une charmante ministre des Samoa, je crois, est venue me dire, nous, on n'émet pas de gaz à effet de serre, mais nous, on disparaît. Donc, en en limitant les émissions, le tourisme contribue aussi à sa propre sauvegarde. Ça ne suffira pas. On ne peut pas tout résoudre nous-mêmes, mais il faut quand même qu'on apporte notre pierre. Alors, je voudrais dire que je suis très touché par la fidélité que Jeffrey Lippman exprime à l'endroit de Maurice Strong. Je ne sais pas si Maurice Strong est un nom qui vous dit quelque chose. Moi, je l'ai rencontré en 2012 à la conférence de Rio. C'est lui qui avait été le père du sommet de la Terre de 1992. C'était un intellectuel, un homme d'affaires aussi avisé, un grand financier de la communauté juive du Canada, qui est devenu l'assistant du secrétaire général des Nations Unies. Ça a été lui qui a monté le sommet de la Terre, qui a créé le PNUE, qui est à l'origine de la Convention cadre sur le changement climatique, de l'agenda 21 et de beaucoup de choses. Et Jeffrey a une fidélité filiale vis-à-vis de Maurice Strong, dont il perpétue un petit peu l'œuvre et la pensée, qui est très remarquable. L'autre chose, c'est que, comme Jeffrey l'a dit, il y a l'idée qui semble intéressante de créer un réseau d'observation sur la relation changement climatique-tourisme, sur le modèle du GIEC, de l'IPCC, Panel on Climate Change, International Panel on Climate Change, qui figurait dans la Convention cadre sur le changement climatique de 1992 et qui est effectivement aussi également une création de Maurice Strong. Je suis membre de ce réseau et peut-être certains d'entre vous qui sont intéressés peuvent prendre contact avec Jeffrey pour s'y adjoindre. Should I make a translation in English?
Monsieur Frank Giali, Alupa Clark, Director General of the Hotel Association in Quebec City. So you spoke mainly about all the issues and characteristics of the present globalization, but could you just say a few words of what it means, all of this, for the hotels sector? Please. Thank you.
Philippe François made to me a bad trick, you know. In selecting this subject of tourism and globalization. It's so huge, so huge. So it was infeasible to deal with that issue, even just titles. I had published a book on that. A new one is coming, and but I am not the only one. Many people have thought about this, the way tourism contributes and live with globalization. There are many. I decided this morning to touch only three themes: the economic one, the impact; the second one, the mobility, interrelation between tourism and international migration; and thirdly, the major global crisis that we have experimented, the COVID crisis, which lead to the same conclusion that we have deducted from the global warming, the need to become more sustainable. But if you look at conflict, wars, if you look at other global themes like terrorism and international crime, if you look at epidemics, if you look at transnational pollution, you have many, many other subjects which are in relation with the theme of tourism and globalization. So maybe in the next forum we can address the other subject.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frangeli, Mr. And Professor Jacot, for this morning sequence and session on this huge topic. You're right, my friend Francesco, but it's
11:59. Yeah, excellent.
Yes, we are. So thank you so much for Paul. Now we are going to switch off the session up to 2 p.m. 2 p.m. sharp, we will be back in this room and we will switch on again the broadcast. But two things is from those who are part of the board, please be back in this room at 1:30 for a small, short board meeting. And for those who are registered for lunch, thank you to go now to the upper stage here, there, upper level for lunch. For those who are not registered for this lunch, thank you to be back at 2 o'clock in this room, same room, right? Thank you so much. Have a nice break. See you soon. Et là, tu mets la petite...
Got some downtime waiting in line for your morning coffee? Why not plan and book your next big trip with destinations on Google? Just tell Google search where you're thinking of heading, add destination or vacation, and you're off. Check out the top spots.
Google provides services of a wide range of devices, from desktop computers to mobile devices, including tablets. But we've long neglected one of the most popular computer systems ever sold, and I'm here to introduce Google Maps 8-bit version as a first product for NES.
Well, first we developed a new type of cartridge with dial-up technology, allowing the NES to connect to Google. We run more than 100,000 servers to overcome the
choses se passent comme elles sont décrites. Donc en termes de gouvernance, il faut qu'on commence avec la piqûre. Hein. On n'attend pas. D'accord. C'est dans le meilleur état d'esprit possible. C'est clair. Hein. Bon, là, on vient de l'avoir. Enfin, Francesco a confirmé. Je ne peux pas faire mieux.
Le timing pour Javier.
Ouais, allons-y.
Bon, je fais... où est-ce qu'il est, Cyril?
Vous faites l'introduction?
Ouais, je fais une intro parce qu'on reprend là, la télévision en direct et puis le... comment ça s'appelle? Le Zoom. Merci Cyril. Donc je fais une espèce de petite intro pour reprendre tout ça. Et ensuite je te passe donc la parole Cyril, d'accord? Et c'est toi qui présentera Javier, d'accord? Et on... Oui, c'est bien. Simplement à 14h, on va s'y mettre. C'est bien ton nom qui est là?
C'est bien mon nom.
Mettre au milieu, hein, comme client de séance, faire un peu précis.
Javier, il est au speaker.
Bon.
Je laisse mettre là.
Je ne vais pas rester debout pendant que toi tu parles, si.
Si, parce que moi je fais une introduction et après il
Bon, ok.
Il a une présentation à dérouler.
D'accord, ok. Bien, on se met en communication. Bon. Please, we are going to switch on again Zoom and WTN. So we are, tell us when we are live stream, yes? We are, ok? Bien, on peut simplement attendre quelques instants que tout le monde arrive. Pourquoi j'ai pas la... Attends, c'est ça, la richesse humaine. Voilà, c'est ça que j'avais. Hi, hello everyone, we are back. Hi, Yuri Zinko, how are you? Can you hear me? It's just a test, Yuri. Can you hear us? Thank you to open, to switch on your microphone. Can you hear us? I believe yes, because you are smiling. But you're always smiling. Yuri Zinko. Oh, tell me with your thumb. Okay. Can you hear me? Adnan, can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yuri, yes. So
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Oui.
Hi.
Permettez-moi de m'adresser à vous de la part de l'enseignement ukrainien de tourisme et de hôtelière et de l'Université nationale Ivan Franko de Lviv. Une vraie guerre dure en Ukraine. Les militaires ainsi que les civils périssement l'infrastructure et notamment celle de l'éducation. C'est pourquoi votre soutien de la lutte de l'Ukraine pour son indépendance transmise dans une chaleureuse lettre de votre président, M. Philippe François, nous a fait chaud au cœur. Nous en sommes reconnaissants. En même temps, entre membres de l'organisation internationale si renommée comme la RANFOP est très importante pour la modernisation de l'enseignement ukrainien dans le domaine du tourisme et de la hôtellerie. Votre forum nous a impressionnés par l'actualité de sa problématique et les tendances modernes dans la mise des horaires d'information du personnel de haute qualité pour l'industrie du tourisme. Nous voudrons également adresser une parole à part à notre cher ami, président de plusieurs années d'Amphore, M. Philippe François. Nous vous remercions, cher Philippe, pour votre excellente formation. Vous souhaitons de nombreuses années de vie et nous vous invitons une fois de plus à visiter l'Ukraine, libérée et en sécurité. Nous souhaitons beaucoup de succès à tous les participants de cet important forum. Bon voyage dans le domaine du tourisme et de l'enseignement hôtelier. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Yuri. Merci beaucoup, Yuri. Je vois que tu as fait des progrès dans la langue française et je t'en félicite vraiment sincèrement. So, and I switch now on the English language. Thank you so much, Yuri Zinko, Professor Zinko, for your presence with us. And you will receive all our warmest regards from all the colleagues of Amphort. Okay, you can count on our friendship. Yes? Can you hear me? Yes? Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Yuri? Oh, say yes. Yes, I was just telling you, thank you so much, Yuri, to be with us this afternoon, and we send you all our warmest regards from all the countries, and now we are approximately, no, we're not approximately, we are exactly 70 countries, and one of them is Ukraine. Thank you so much to be with us and to remain with us this afternoon. Thank you. And we applaud you. Right, now back to the program, and I'm very pleased to now we are again with Doom and as well with WTN live stream broadcast in all the countries. So I cannot tell you, except if Xavier has got any information from Jürgen Steinmetz, who is operating WTN, but we are hundreds, but I don't know exactly. That will be on the report and the agenda, the minutes of this meeting. So now, first session of this afternoon is the third academic session, and it's about hospitality and technologies. And I would like you welcome Mr. Cyril Lorezac, who is the new director of École de Savignac France. Cyril Lorezac.
Thank you, Philippe. First of all, I would like also if you introduce, and I will introduce after a short introduction of the thematic, Javier Delgado Muerza, that I want to thank very much for taking the time to be with us today. It's an honor of having Javier with us, and I will tell you a little bit more before giving him the floor. So I will introduce the topic, and then we would like with Javier to be as dynamic as possible, and so during his presentation, or to keep a time where we can address several questions with the audience, we will be pleased to do that. I would like to thank Philippe François to give me the opportunity to address the theme hospitality, tourism, and digitalization, and especially at Amphort to reflect on what hospitality management schools should care for the key decisive components we need to train future professionals, how to harm them, to address a wide variety of issues becoming more and more complex and predominant for any business, especially hospitality, tourism, and travel. Technology is increasingly present in our lives. Hotel tourism professionals must take into account several new challenges, including security, privacy, the cost and the human dimension of the data they have, but also deepen and strengthen their capacity to manage the usage of technology through the angle of hardware and software infrastructures. Address online communities, company websites, social media networks, and travel websites contribute to hospitality facilities tax on transparency. Address mobile technology. In 2023, the number of mobile internet users is estimated to amount close to 300 million people. Address sharing economy. This could be through peer-to-peer application, collaborative platform, or shared marketplace. Address sustainability. Constantly developing environmental technology to reduce cost for hotels and restaurants and improve efficiency. Address personalized guest experience through smart technology as well as marketing. More globally, mastering its distribution and its digital marketing, be well protected through cybersecurity, and managing well data appear as the three most crucial issues. In my opinion, regarding data science, there is a serious issue of training to be addressed in hospitality management schools. Educate professionals and future professionals on how to manage and protect customer data of employees, guests, and providers is crucial in a very defragmented industry and through various regulations around the world. Last but not least, there are also possibilities for the use that are multiplying robotics, home automation, artificial intelligence, metaverse, virtual reality, and the ever-growing Internet of Things connecting devices that communicate with each other. In conclusion for my introduction, technology will increase efficiency, data, decrease waste, automatization, and should not be visible for the guest, service-focused, mainly by replacing secondary tasks, but not the guest interaction. Data, 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 but also privacy, privacy, privacy. Technology to entertain, technology to save cost. At this stage now, so thank you for, now I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, way more expert than I, to give you a specialized overview. Javier Delgado Muerza is Country Manager, Partner, and CEO EMEA for Mirai. Mirai is the leader in the industry for direct distribution, assisting hoteliers to regain control of their distribution by being less dependent on OTAs. $500 million of revenue through 14 offices around the world and 200 employees. Created 35 years ago and based in 35 countries. Javier originally obtained a degree in hospitality management and culinary art and has been working in travel tech since the late 90s, when he started working at the catering division of Iberia Airlines as a management trainee and also as a porter at the Lutetia.
Yes.
After this experience, he joined Globalia, where he led the creation of a new business line. Between 2000 and 2003, Javier lived in Paris, where he obtained an MBA in hospitality management from Cornell and ESSEC Business School. Upon graduation, he joined Expedia, where he spent 8 years in different capacities based in Brussels, Madrid, and Rome. In 2011, he was hired by Google to lead the travel vertical in Spain and the top accounts team in Europe. At Google, he also led the company commercial effort in vertical search in Europe. And actually, Javier was also was the Google representative for the Organisation Mondiale du Tourisme during 2 years in those years. Following his 7 years at Google, he moved at Mallorca and joined the executive board at Iberostar, a family-owned hotel with over 100 hotels, accounting 37,000 rooms in 20 countries. At Iberostar, Javier managed all the digital and commercial operation for 3 years. Prior to joining Mirai, Javier has obtained a certificate from MIT. So thank you so much, Javier, for being with us once again. I leave you the floor, and I might play the role and ask you a few questions during your presentation. And please raise your hand. We want this presentation to be as interactive as possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cyril. Merci à tous. Merci à toutes.
Thank you, Philippe, for having me here today. It's a pleasure to be with you. For the next, if we can get the slides. For the next hour, I will be sharing with you my perspective on the impact of digital in the world of travel and tourism. By no means this is going to be a full comprehensive presentation because it would take us days, if not weeks, to talk about the importance of technology. In any case, I would like to address together with you a few points. Please rest in contact with me should you need to get in touch with me. Here you have my details. It will be my pleasure to get back to you. So, slide. Before we start, disclaimer. I have a flight taking off in 2 hours from now, so I need to stop at 3:15. Click again, please, Xavier, because I need to get back to my family. I left on Monday at 7 a.m. I've been in London and Paris the whole week, so I really need to get back home. So we will need to stop pile poil à 15h15. All right? Slide. Thanks very much for all the supporters that are making this great meeting happen. It's my pleasure to be with you today. Slide. So the theme of hospitality, tourism, and digitalization, as Cyril, it's a very vast topic. Let's delve directly into it, and let's look back, actually, a bit of history to understand how technology has been embedded in tourism ever since it started. Technology has played a great role in travel in general. Let's think about the compass, something that tells you where to go or where you are. Very simple, which actually had an impact from the very beginning of the first travels. This is an astrolabe and a compass from the 14th, 15th century, similar to the ones that were used by Columbus and his crew to discover America and the world. So technology has been at the center of travel and innovation for decades, if not thousands of years. Now, after the Second World War, it's when mass tourism really took off and it started happening, using the surplus of the aircraft and the different bits and pieces that came out of the war to make people travel and discover the world. For the last 70 years, people started using different publications. Think about National Geographic, think about Le Guide Michelin, to decide where to go, what to do. And they had to use timetables, things that we've seen actually in the past. So basically, people wanted to understand where to go, how to get there. Basically, there was always an agent in the middle. We had the traveler, and we had the supplier, the hotel, the rental car company, that would make the connection happen between them. So in the 50s and the 60s, we start seeing all of these data points being connected in very simple ways, basically through paper. People needed to go from one place to another, but they had no knowledge about it. As we moved through time, we started seeing the importance of data. This picture comes from the previous one, sorry. This picture comes from the 1950s. It was the first data center created by American Airlines. Actually, airlines needed to organize their inventory and make it available to the world through the travel agencies. That's how the SABRE system was created, Semi-Automated Business Research Environment. That's what SABRE stands for. It's a company that still exists, and it's a leading GDS. And that's how data started building into the travel industry. Think about city pairs, Paris to London, Paris to New York. Think about timetables. Think about hotel prices. Think about room categories. Think about all of those things. All of those things are data. And it's been the key point of contact between supply and demand, between origin and destination. This is a screen that some of you might be familiar with. These are the GDSs. I remember when I started working in this industry in Globalia, I remember, actually, you should be able to interpret this if you are old enough, right? This is a flight from Seoul to Bangkok in Asiana Airlines. The screen is pretty ugly, but it made the deal, right? It's ugly, but it worked because it was giving you the information about the availability and the pricing on a given flight. Now, where we are today is a very different world. We have a website. This is a screenshot from Expedia website yesterday evening. And the user has the ability to make a decision in a much more informed way. You have information about the hotel. You have information about the flight. You have information about what's contained or not. Now, if you can click on the image. No, previous one, and click on the image. Voilà. Now we're just going to run a short video that explains how all of this has changed through time. So we were talking about the compasses.
Got some downtime waiting in line for your morning coffee?
If you can bring the volume just a bit down. Yeah, and play.
Why not plan and book your next big trip with
Uh,
destinations
voilà.
on Google?
Think about the compasses that we talked about that were used to navigate from Europe to the Americas, then about the brochures, then about the GDSs. And this is the experience today. You have people that are bringing this to you, like Google, where everything is combined. You are combining user-generated content, you are combining pricing, you are combining pictures, you are giving the user all of the power to make a better decision based on the combination of data, imagery, and content. Think about travel in the 50s. Now we are almost in 2023, how things have changed through time and the impact this is having in the user and in the travel industry. And this is powered by data. This is powered by technology, even though we sometimes don't realize. The experience is becoming much more seamless, much better for the user who makes better decisions based on real-time data, which needs to be updated in a constant basis. Traditionally, il faut l'arrêter là, sortir, parce que sinon ça va commencer à rouler de nouveau. Voilà. Basically, everything was static. Now everything is dynamic. So things have changed dramatically. Oh. Retour aux slides. Voilà, et maintenant on continue. There is a very interesting fact that we used at Google during my times there. People are more worried about getting their vacation wrong than getting their mortgage wrong, which means you're not going to buy many houses in your life, but people are more worried about taking the wrong decision when it's a family vacation than maybe paying hundreds of thousands more because of getting the wrong mortgage, which means the importance of travel and the importance of having the right information to make an informed decision. Again, data is at the heart of everything we do in travel. Think about payment methods. We had traveler checks. I used traveler checks, and I'm 45 years old. I remember them. They were very normal until very recently. Then we had credit cards. Now we have Bitcoins and systems like Google Wallet, which are actually the use of data to remove friction from travel. So all of this is technology working at the service of travel. Here you have a few screenshots from Google products that are also helping the user make a better informed decision. Compare this experience on a mobile phone versus the brochures and the posters that we saw a few slides ago, which were the main source of information to make a decision back then. Now, this takes me as a brief introduction to the three main areas we're going to talk about today. Data, coupled with connectivity and blockchain, new forms of reality and how it impacts the travel industry, and back, new forms of intelligence. So moving on to data. Data today is galoring. It's growing substantially all over the world. On s'arrête? Yeah, parfait. The Economist actually presented this cover a few years back where we say that oil is used to be the main asset in the world. Now it's data. Think about the value of companies 15, 20 years ago. The most valuable companies in terms of market cap, they were oil companies. Think about Shell, think about Total, think about financial institutions. Now it is the likes of Google, Amazon, Facebook, even though Facebook has been suffering a bit lately. But in general, it's the data companies, companies that are able to make use of data that are becoming the most valuable. But data is useless, like oil, if you don't refine it. So data for data, it's pointless. You need to have information, which means data that gets transformed into a KPI or into some form of number that I can use to make a better decision from a business perspective. Like Clive, the famous mathematician, said in the UK, if you don't refine the data, it has no value whatsoever. Now, I would like to ask a question to you that we will come back later on. How important is data in your curriculum as managers or leaders of educational institutions within the travel industry? Because we've thought a lot about recipes and food and service and all the typical things that make up a hotel experience. Data is a key component and it normally gets neglected. And why? Actually, because it's extremely difficult to make sense out of it. The regulators, the users, the providers, the hotel industry in general is having a lot of difficulty. It's like drinking from a fire hose. It's impossible to digest all of this. Let's also for a minute, think about the impact this is having in consumption. There's a concept called ZMOD, which means zero moment of truth, that I don't know if you're familiar with it. I'm just going to run through it for a second. But it's something that has appeared in the last 10 years, by which the consumer, before making a decision, is getting a lot of information. And traditionally, the moment of truth in the retail space would be when you are in front of a shelf where you have to choose between 50, 60 products different, and that's the exact moment in which you are going to make a decision. Now, if you think about today, before going to a shop, before going to a trip, before choosing a hotel or an airline, you as a user, you have looked at different options, you have looked at different data points to make a better informed decision. This has changed the behavior completely. Before, when you were booking a hotel or a restaurant, you would be using the Guide Michelin or you would be using a travel agent. Now you research everything online. Now the information that you can access is going to change the behavior that you have upon making that purchase. And this has tremendous implications for hotels, for restaurants, for airlines, for the whole travel value chain, like we're going to say in a minute. People are spending up to 6 hours before booking a vacation. With how many different entities are they going to interact? Hotels' websites, OTAs, user-generated content like TripAdvisor or others, in order to make the best decision going forward. So all of these changes in the behavior are making it more and more difficult for the travel players to be in the game, to really be relevant and be present at all times within the funnel. The funnel is considered the phases that you go through when you're making a purchase. And all of this is happening only or thanks to 5G. 5G, we all know that it's a phone technology or a voice technology that is actually a connectivity technology that is powering many of these decisions. Why? Because through 5G, information travels much faster and much cheaper, in a much faster and a much cheaper way, which reduces latency. When we saw that picture about the American Airlines in the 50s, getting a piece of information from Paris to Texas, it could take minutes, if not hours. Now we're talking about milliseconds. When you have the ability to send information in milliseconds from one point to another, first of all, it's much more efficient. Second of all, it consumes much less energy, which means you don't need to put energy everywhere. Maybe with a battery, you can have data centers or small devices running for years. Now, this is going to be a game changer. This is just a few examples that are giving you the impact this is going to have. We're having 10x latency, which means 10x decreasing by 10, a factor of 10, the time we need to wait for something. Think about the telex. We've all seen telex in the past. We've all seen faxes, and we thought that fax was fast. Now we're talking about something that is much, 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 much faster, and it's going to have an incredible impact in everything we do in technology. Just to give you an idea, last night I was thinking, how do I explain this to someone that does not come from a technology background? I don't come from a technology background, but I've spent the last 20, 25 years. Think about the first locomotive. It was launched about 200 years ago in the UK, and I think it did 15 miles per hour as a speed. Think about the new trains that we have today. They are going about 300-400 miles per hour. So it took us 200 years to multiply that speed by 20. So 200 years to multiply the speed by 20, okay? We are all familiar with trains. Think about the move from 5G to 6G. 6G is going to be present, is already being tested in some areas in 7 years from now. It's supposed to be developed and deployed globally by 2030, 7 years from now. It's going to multiply the speed at which we can consume and share data by a factor of 1,000. 1,000. If I did the math correctly, 5 hours is about 36,000 seconds. Today it takes 5 hours to download 20 terabytes. It's going to take 18 seconds to download a terabyte. Think about the impact this is going to have in the amount of data that we can generate and that we have to collect and interpret in real time to make better decisions. And again, you may think, no, this has nothing to do with me because I'm training people for the hotel world or for the catering world or for whatever it is. I'm sorry to say, you're wrong. This is going to have a great impact in your organizations and in the people that you are training for the future, because this is very important. And we might not realize what has happened. Think about cybersecurity. One of the biggest problems that humankind is facing, because a lot of data means a lot more possibilities to hack that data, to use that data wrongly. British Airways, one of the leading companies in the airspace, they had a data breach which costed them about $200 million. This is 2 years ago. Marriott, same story, major data leaks. This is a very big problem. CEOs of companies, I run a company, again, we have revenues for about 500 million euros. What keeps me up night? Is it invoicing? Is it financing? Is it collecting the money? No, it's cybersecurity. And it's not only me. Focusrite report, PricewaterhouseCoopers report from this summer. For the French CEOs, what's the #1 worry today is cybersecurity. Even more important than risque sanitaire, volatilité macroéconomique. #1 thing that comes to mind for a CEO that is running a company.
And if I may,
cybersecurity.
Javier, do you have different businesses in France, I don't know, in your countries that has been hacked? Hospitals are being hacked right now in various countries. So it's not even banks, everything, but imagine hospitals.
It's happening all over the place. So this should be a main worry for you as at your organization as well. And you should train people and make them wary about the risks that come together with this. This is a report that was issued actually 10 days ago by Microsoft. I can send you a copy if you want. Just send me an email and I'll get back to you. Look at the two things that I have highlighted here. It's previous one, sorry. Attacks have multiplied by a factor of 5 from last year to this year. Another important piece, 1/3, 32% on the right on the screen, you can see that the image that is loaded on your devices, which means your phone, your computer, your tablet, they have at least 10 vulnerabilities, which means you can be attacked, you can be hacked, and your information can be stolen. This tends to be neglected because we all like to talk about artificial intelligence and all the cool stuff, but this is really important. The same way you keep the money at the hotel in a safe, the cash, you should think about stewarding your data because it's as valid as your cash. Moving on to the next point, new forms of reality. So we saw those pictures, those posters from Cannes and London and Spain, different destinations that were used as the main key points of motivation or inspiration for the traveler. How has this changed today? Well, imagery, pictures have been at the center of humanity. The first forms of communication 40,000 years ago were images, were paintings done in caves. Think about 5 years ago in Egypt, again, it was not words, it was imagery. 100 years ago, video became popular. And video imagery in general is much more popular. The problem is that we moved to text because it was easier to convey the messages, to convey the knowledge. You know a lot about knowledge. You are running hotel schools all over the world. And it makes it simple to transmit a concept, to hold knowledge, bibliotheques. That's why we develop them. But video is much more powerful. And we see with the 5G that we mentioned that it is becoming much, much more easy to share images, videos, information, because there's more cellular phones with better Wi-Fi, with better cameras. And as humanity, we're moving back to imagery. Think about if you have children who are between 15 and 20 years old, they're using TikTok. They're not even using Facebook because video is much more powerful. What does this mean? This is a picture of me. I was thinking about buying a boat. I went to the boat store, and instead of looking at the engine or the boat itself, they gave me a pair of glasses that made me make an immersive experience. And I was able to literally boat and drive that boat. The power that you have through imagery is much, much more than anything you can do on a brochure or looking at the specs. And that's how things change. Think about the most expensive restaurant in the world. It's open, it's been running for about 2-3 years in Ibiza, Spain, beautiful island, and everything is based on combination of different inputs. If you can click on the image. Yes. It's actually combining gastronomy, which is, of course, a key aspect of this, because it's a restaurant at the end of the day, but also mixing virtual realities with augmented reality, and as a result, this is no longer a restaurant. You're sitting down to have an experience that it's enhanced by 10 times, by maybe 20 times, by combining all of these new technologies. This is a 2-star Michelin chef who has this restaurant full every night when it's open over the summertime in Ibiza. We're not going to watch the full video, but keep on going for a bit maybe. But you get to see the experience. You are surrounded by technology. Again, you are eating, but maybe the food is 1/3, 1/4, or 50% of the experience, which gets completely enhanced by the use of, first of all, technology, and second of all, data. So this means that things are changing. Obviously, we're not going to see these restaurants all over the world, but if we're looking for the avant-garde, where are things, the new things happening, the new products being created, is actually by combining virtual reality, by combining data with the traditional dishes. Of course, there's a cook, of course, there's a whole crew preparing an absolutely amazing food, but it gets combined in different ways to provide a much better and a much more enhanced experience. If we can move back to the slides, Xavier. Thank you very much. So you get an idea of how the experience looks like when you go to this restaurant in Ibiza. Yeah, it's actually a big party happening through light, through food, through music, even through odors that get injected into the experience. Slide. Think about the consumption of hotels. I'm particularly proud of this product that I'm going to show you now. I was running Iberostar Hotels and Resorts as a general manager, and during those days I had people in my team who said, Javier, for the last 20 years you've been able to choose your seat in an airplane because you could see a simple structure of the different seats and you say, well, take 1B or 23C, whatever it is that I get to choose. Why don't we start developing something similar for hotels? If you can click on the image on the previous one. No. This is what happened. We took all of the data from the hotel and we took imagery and we combined availability and data to provide this experience. If you can go down, scroll down a bit, you get to see the property. And not only that, you get to choose a specific room. There's another video right below. Keep on going. Yeah, and click that one. Just click there. So this opens a whole new experience. About what? Well, first of all, I am consuming the hotel in a completely different way. As a hotelier, I can say what's a double room, what's a suite, what's the price for each one, what's the price difference between the one and the other. We even created filters for people to decide, do I want morning sun or do I want evening sun? Do I want to be next to the pool or do I want to be next to the restaurant? Which means you're opening a whole new array of possibilities. Traditionally, you would make a room based on remember the GDS screen? Flat screen in awful colors that you should decide what is the room type that you want to get. Well, all of this is changing, once again, powered by technology, powered by data at the service of hotels or restaurants. Back to the slides, please. Beyond the business opportunities that this brings, which are many, it's actually the expectation of the consumer that is changing the most. Think about the 0 moment of truth that we said, that we spoke about. If you're choosing between one tomato or other tomato, not very relevant. When you're spending $10,000 on your vacation with your wife or with your husband and kids, you want to make the right decision. All of this is powering, and that 0 moment of truth becomes much more relevant for the consumer if we combine correctly data and technology. This may look like NASA. This may look like, maybe air traffic control in Brussels. Companies, marketing companies, are looking more and more like this. I've been to a company, a leading retail company, I cannot disclose the name, that had a room which is very similar to this. They were tracking, it's a global operator selling clothing all over the world. And they knew where's my truck, where are the new jackets, what's happening in India, shops opening in Rio de Janeiro, shops closing in New York. If you leverage data, you can be much more powerful. Click. This is actually what stands in between the traveler, who's at the top right, and the service provider. It can be a hotel, an airline, or whatever it is. I'm not going to get into the different boxes that contain this slide. But the point is extremely complex. And this ecosystem has becoming more and more complex in the last 5 years. And you know what? It's going to become even more complex going forward. Now, you as leaders of the leaders of the future, because you are training people, are you making them aware? I'm sure you spend days, if not weeks, talking about Escoffier and gastronomie, which is extremely important for the business of hotels. Are you even thinking about technology and the implications it has? My guess is that probably not.
Or not enough.
Or not enough. Think about artificial intelligence. It sounds very sexy. No one really knows what's going on. Let me give you an example about what's going on. Everyone knows, or most of you should know, Booking.com, one of the leaders in as a distribution platform in the world. This is a change from their website in 2007 to 2017. And you say, well, Javier, you know, it didn't change that much, and I agree with you. It's actually very ugly. This site I do not like at all. But this is the number
and they
one...
are not your friends.
No. But again, this is the number one platform in the world. And artificial intelligence, these people are doing A/B testing, which means we're going to show half of the people one experience, the other half, the other 50%, another experience. And see what converts better, see what performs better, see what sells more. So they're using algorithms to optimize constantly their retail operations. Click. As a result, this company has grown in valuation from $7 in 2003. That's when I joined Expedia. Booking was a competitor at the time. Stock value of Booking.com, $7. A stock value today, almost $2,000. Think about the value that has been created through time. Does this company have any asset whatsoever? Do they own a hotel? Do they own any brick? No, it's just servers, technology, at the service of distribution. If you click now, you see that the market cap, the value of the company as of yesterday, it was 75 billion with a B, $75 billion. If we compare this with a few leading companies, think about Marriott, Starwood, 6,500 hotels, roughly the biggest hotel operator in the world. Company value about 50 billion, which means Booking, which has no assets, no cooks, no receptionists, is worth 50% more than the biggest hotel company, which is holding the assets, building the buildings, you know, creating the experience. But all the value has gone to distribution. Think about Accor. Accor, the biggest hotel operator in Europe. Company value, 6 billion. So Booking is 12 times more valuable than Accor. And Accor has, I think, 5,000 hotels, 50 brands. You know, we're talking about a serious operation. 50 years, if not more, since Messier Dubrul and Messier Pélisson founded the company. Booking.com in 20 years has done more and created 12 times more value from a financial perspective. Why is that? Because of the use of technology and the use of data. Is Accor a bad company? Of course not. Great company, from Mama Shelter to Fairmont to Ibis, great brands, but they're not as valuable as the right use of data. Slide. If you think about restaurants, which are, in some cases, as we will see in a minute, sometimes anchored in the past, the restaurant technology ecosystem is also becoming more and more complex. Again, I'm not going to get into this wheel and the different aspects, but you have the menus, the technology, the marketing, the reservations, all of these companies. And this picture was taken in 2019, this diagram. It's only getting more and more complex. My favorite slide of this presentation, which I created for you. This is Casa Botín. If you are familiar, if you've ever been to Madrid, this is one of the oldest restaurants in the world. The oven, the four, has been running since 1725. They never extinguished the fire in the oven. I know you went to La Petite Chaise yesterday, which is supposed to be very old as well, I think from the 1600s. It's one of my favorite restaurants in Paris, actually. But look at the, click please, look at the picture on the left. I took this picture less than a month ago. I had dinner there with some French entrepreneurs, actually. And look at how the restaurant is run. It's a nail with pieces of paper that get stuck into it. So when the restaurant opened in 1725, 300 years ago, roughly, it was probably through the same system, right? That tells us two things. The restaurateur is a great guy because 300 years is still doing very good with the paper and a clue, right? And the restaurant is still there. But think about the amount of money, the amount of value that has been lost. Did anyone ask me for my phone or my email address when I got there? No. I think we ordered 3 bottles of wine. Only 2 of them were in the invoice because someone forgot to put the piece of paper on the nail. Now, we were nice enough to tell the maître d', you know, there was 1 more bottle of wine, please add it to the invoice. But what if we didn't? Stupid example, but this is happening today. This picture is not from the 50s. It's, again, less than 1 month old. In many aspects, the hospitality industry, the restaurant industry is still run, and the mentality behind the processes is still the piece of paper and a piece of nail to stick it to it. This needs to change because the world has changed a lot. Now, maybe you're able to still run your restaurant or your hotel with these systems, but certainly your risk of disappearing is much higher than if you adopt the right technologies to be more present in today's world. And I'm saying this to you because you lead the future hoteliers and the future restaurateurs of the world. Coming to an end here so we allow sufficient time for questions. This is the pace at which technology is growing, which is the green line. The blue line is the ability of humans to adapt to new technologies, which means technology is now accelerating much more than our capacity to adopt new things. So we are in a difficult place. But the point of this slide is we're going to be in a more difficult place tomorrow than we are today because technology keeps on accelerating. Think about the implications of 5G that we mentioned. Think about the implications of artificial intelligence and what it means for the business world and our ability to learn. And it's not our ability to learn in this room that matters. It's your students' availability to learn what really matters. And we need to accelerate that. Conclusions. This is not an era of changes. This is a change of era. Like the Bronze era, like the Iron era, like the oil and the Industrial Revolution era, this is the digital revolution, which means things are changing, fundamental tectonic shifts that are changing. You need to adapt. Like many businesses and many things in the world disappeared with the Industrial Revolution, many things are going to disappear with the digital revolution. Think about tour operators. I remember the demise of Thomas Cook, the oldest tour operator in the world, disappeared 3 years ago because they were not able to adapt to technology and consumer behavior change. Now, the use of data has always been key for the travel industry and the restaurant industry, always. But the lack of that data literacy, which means having the most basic aspects of data, understanding spreadsheets, understanding basic things of data analysis, are more important than ever. Maybe you've lost that train. I consider that I've lost that train, and I've been in technology for the last 20 years, working for leading companies like Google or Expedia, and I consider myself almost dead from a data analysis perspective. Now, make sure that your students don't miss the train and make this an important piece of your curriculum. Hospitality is about people. It's people buying from people. It's experiences. It's food. It's hotels. It's travel. It's experiences. But if you combine the right data and the right technology with the human component, like we saw in an exaggerated manner on the Ibiza example or on the Hotelverse example to book hotels, you get much more value. And this is what the customer expects. That's the key thing. Why did hotels lag back in distribution? Because hotels in 2003 didn't have websites. Booking came along and created those websites for them. And look what has happened. It has created a fortress that is now much more valuable than the hotels themselves. The distributor is more important from a financial perspective than the product owner, the product maker. Final questions for you. Were you aware of all of this? Did you knew before this presentation that all of this is happening now around you? Or have you discovered anything new? Are you uncomfortable? Because you should. You should be somehow uncomfortable knowing that all of this is happening and how you need to change to adapt to the new reality. And are you adapting to it? Are you really doing something, or are you just going to go and, have a dinner tonight at the gala dinner and think, oh yeah, the data and all of that? That doesn't go with me. Mind me saying that you should reconsider if that's your thought. And lastly, but most importantly, is data and technology something that you're spending time on, devoting time and resources within your schools to make this top of mind? Because I'm sure you're spending a lot of time in marketing, very important, certainly. Culinary arts, very important. Service, very important. Mind me saying that data and technology are as important. So you should bring it up in your organizations to make it something relevant and important for you. Mirai, what do? We help hotels sell more. I'm not going to bore you with that because that was not the topic today. But we give hotels power through web, through connectivity, booking engine, and so forth. One more. Mirai is the big company we have launched now. Mirai is cool to help companies understand and adapt to all of this, and also Mirai Consulting. So if you want to know about it, just send me an email and I'll be happy to assist you. Now, that's all for me. Thank you very much for your time and attention. It's been my pleasure being with you all today.
Thank you. Thank you, Javier. We do have still 10, 15 minutes. I do have many questions for Javier, but I would love that maybe, does any one of you have any questions? Mathieu?
Thank you very much. Brilliant presentation. Indeed, we live in the world of data and so on. And I just wanted to reflect on the part where you were showing, and I love VR, okay, with the hotel, that technically the consumer, will project himself much better towards, the future holidays that he's aiming for, all right? Now, my question is how we're going to make, the right balance that in the eye of the consumer is going ahead, to an hotel that is presented brilliantly, with, and it's almost like a dream. Now, when it comes to service, okay, then because we are teaching, the people for service for tomorrow, the human service. How do we make sure, that after the consumer is not going to be disappointed when he arrives in the hotel and you sold, all that magic, because data has no limit, but when it comes to service and human being, unfortunately, we do have one. So that's I wanted to get an answer, the danger of, presenting something so brilliantly, and after being on the spot, even on luxury level, we all have our limits as well. So for me, it's a kind of a danger. How are we going to teach our students to make sure that they understand that we are selling this product this way today, okay, and how are they going to serve well our guests, in regards of not, obviously disappointing the guest?
Great question. Extremely difficult to answer.
I know.
I'll give you my best shot. And let me start with a philosophical answer first. I believe that everything in life is about managing expectations. Absolutely everything. Think about the McDonald's effect. McDonald's, great brand. No discussion about that. But we've all seen pictures of McDonald's burgers or Burger King burgers, right? They're beautiful, fresh, inviting. They look succulent. They look amazing. And then you get to the counter, and what's put on your plate has nothing to do with the picture. Absolutely nothing to do with the picture. So that's the gap you're talking about. I've been promised this, and I'm getting that. Now, if we do things right and we use technology right, we should be able to explain the reality of the product. Now, coming back to the Hotel Vers example, traditionally hotels in the brochures, they had their best rooms with the best views done by a professional photographer, right? And then you would get to that same hotel and you would get the room looking to the back alley and the trash cans with the rats running around, right? And they said, well, I made a decision based upon something else, and now I'm getting this. If you use technology right, you are able to bridge that gap and make people better understand what your product is. Now, the service point, I think that's the most difficult point. Why? Because it's about humans. And let me give you an example of something that happened. When I was running this hotel company, we deployed a predictive service as to who the people that were going to check in were. So we had the name, obviously, Javier Delgado. The system, the robot, would go to LinkedIn and other sources of information, and it would gather a customer profile. So the receptionist, upon arrival, would say, oh, Mr. Delgado, we know you are CEO of a company, or we know you have 3 children, or this and that. Now, that's supposed to enhance the experience and give you better service, make a better connection between the humans. The problem is that sometimes people didn't want to disclose what they were doing or where were they going. Now you have children and wife, and maybe I'm not going to that hotel with my wife. Now, makes sense. I won't get into that, but point is the experience was not ideal, right? You are trying to enhance an experience by having more information about a human being, an individual, saying, oh, how was your trip and how is your business at whatever doing? And you got it completely wrong. So that's the artificial intelligence or the artificial stupidity, because nothing is going to replace, the eye of a human being understanding. To your point, I think service will always be about humans to humans. But if you have a better information, stupid example, I go to a hotel in London, and every time I checked in, they asked me to fill in the same card. I said, I've been here 50 times. Why do you keep on asking me? You know me by heart, you know my name. You should have my passport on file. You should have even my credit card on file. Why do I need to fill in again? I've been traveling, from Seattle, 12 hours of flight, and I need to fill in again this damn card. That's not the right use of technology of information. And now that's providing a bad service with someone that could have been, with something that could have been replaced through technology and service. To your point, I think the human touch will always be there. Robots cannot replace humans, but it's making the right combination of data and technology to make a better experience and close the gap.
Javier, I don't know if you agree, but I think as well what is very important, be it a school or be it for the development of digital, be it a hotel, it depends also on the organization. How do they address the issue of data with the employees? There is wrong and there is good doings. So the main question is not about having data or not, it's not having even storing data well, but what do you do with it? How do you define the goals that you do with data? If you do data for data or technology for technology, it doesn't make sense. How do you integrate, even in a school, PMS, CRM, LMS? What do you develop? Blended learning, lifelong learning. You have so many usage, and we're post-COVID in an era where we need to ask ourselves the good question. But the problem, like hoteliers for schools, we are a very defragmented industry with a lot of PME, very small companies. So where do you start with? Maybe do well something. I mean, we are going to launch for Savignac our first modules on hybridation on a certain topic, and we are going to also enhance and develop data science in our master. So when you say we teach service, at what level of students as well? Where do you put it in the pedagogy? At which stage do you put it? All those questions are crucial. Because service, do we teach service or do we teach emotional intelligence? Hospitality is about cognitive skills. And that's where data can help. So I don't know if you...
Absolutely, yes. Let me give you an example. A hotel company that is investing serious amounts of money into CRM. They're taking one of the leading CRM solutions to combine the data, slice and dice the data with the objective of predicting the nationalities of the guests that were going to come on the following months. Why did they want to do that? Because they wanted to cater better services. If it's Germans, they're different to the Spanish, to the Portuguese, to the French, to the English. We all know that. So if you know that you're going to have your hotel full of Germans, you probably need to buy a different kind of beer or bacon versus the Portuguese, right? All makes sense until there. Now this company, leading company, I want to give you the name, invested in a premium CRM. Now, when the CRM started working on the data and mining the data to provide insights, actionable insights, it came back that on the months to come, the first nationality who do you think was going to be? No. This was a hotel chain running in Spain. So UK, France, Germany are the three main feeder markets, right? It was Afghanistan. Why? I'll tell you why. Because the PMS, we all know what a PMS is. The first country that appeared on the drop-down menu for nationality was Afghanistan. And the receptionists, every time they were doing a check-in, nationalité c'est quoi? La première, boom, Afghanistan. Now, great example of the use of technology. Technology does not solve base problems. If people are not trained in the right way to capture the right nationality and they're just entering la première, it's not going to fly. It's not going to work. So data has to be clean in order to be actionable. And that's, you know, a good example of how things get wrong. And it's the service and it's the focus of the people that are running the product that it needs to work for it to work. Oui? Yes?
Sorry. The first raised hand was over there. Take three more questions and then...
Okay. I do have a question regarding the choosing the room inside the hotel, because I think it's a good idea. Really, it's a good idea because it's a big issue for receptionists.
Yes.
But also maybe it gives less flexibility to hotelier, because now in hospitality we we are making a lot of change. You know, a room it's not just selling a seat. It's selling a room, and you have guests inside. Sometimes they leave later, and so I think that I understand the importance of data, but I think data has to help the operations, and maybe here the hoteliers, the people working in hotels, they have to adapt themselves to technology.
I think it's a great point that you're bringing, and let me give you an answer for that. Think about the revenue management techniques that have been applied by airlines, you know, for decades now, since the 70s. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, if you are the CEO of the airline, it's a good thing because you are making more money at the end of the year by optimizing your available inventory. If you are myself and you're now going to Orly and you've been overbooked and you don't get to fly, it's not a good thing because I'm not going to be happy and my family is not going to be happy. Now, is that the deployment of data and use of technology? Certainly, yes. It does not necessarily result in a good experience for everyone in the value chain. Coming back to your question about the choose of the room, it obviously creates a challenge. It obviously creates a challenge for the hotel operations, the hotel manager, the receptionist, the PMS. Now, let me answer that thought that you bring to the table very wisely with the following answer. Remember user-generated content? TripAdvisor, it's been around for 20 plus years, and that's where everyone brought their pictures, the travelers' pictures, where they showed you the reality of the hotel. Was that a good thing or a bad thing for the hotels? Good thing or bad thing for the hotels?
Depends the way you run your hotel.
Well, mind me saying, Cyril, that that's the wrong answer. It's just a reality. The consumer today in 2023, before spending the 10,000 euros on that vacation in Corse or in whatever it is, of course you're going to go as a consumer to check not what the hotel is saying on the website, because everything is beautiful and la vie en rose. But now let's see what the others are saying before I spend this $10,000, non-refundable with the tickets and so forth. Now, that's an expectation that the consumers now have. And you need to adapt to it, like it or not. So I understand your point that sometimes you need to change the operations and change the mindset and change the processes of the hotel. But if you don't, maybe you will disappear.
Okay. We have two more questions. Mohez,
Yes.
and then...
Thank you, Javier, for this presentation.
Thank you.
I have just one question about regulation. Perhaps you choose to not speak about that fact.
I'll give you just my
But
perspective.
It is important to ask about that because we know that the evolution of regulation and laws go very low compared to technology. And the adaptation of management go faster than the adaptation of laws in several countries. So what about this threat to technology, to use of data with regulation, the evolution of regulation? How do you think about that?
Very good question. Again, we could spend hours or days talking about this. I'm just going to give you two perspectives on it. As you rightly say, the regulator is always behind the market reality, always, by definition. And unfortunately, I believe that they will always be. Now, businesses, in many cases, have been developed thanks to regulation. Think about the parity rate loss. It's only when Booking.com, after 20 years of oligarchy controlling the digital market, that only in some countries in Europe, France was the first, followed by Germany and Italy, only 20 years later they decided to intervene and do something. So that gap is always going to be there. There's actually a very big undertaking by the European Union, which is called the Digital Market Act, which gets discussed at the end of the year. It is on December 5th in Brussels. I happen to be invited to there's 60 people that are going to be talking about that. So send me an email, and after that session, I can tell you a bit more about it.
Okay.
But it is certainly a challenge.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we run out of time, so if we open this door, it's going to be a big one. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Javier. Your presentation was really insightful. I was wondering, what's your opinion? I mean, you spoke about artificial intelligence, cybersecurity. To a more novice public, where should we start, or where should they start? What's the bottom or the start? Because you won't start with artificial intelligence.
Agree. Again, we spent 35 minutes talking about very many different topics, so it was extremely shallow by definition, right? I would just only wanted to make you aware. And I think that's a key point. Where to start? Awareness. You need to be aware about data. I've seen, I live in central Madrid. A few years ago, I was walking by a very big hotel. I won't disclose the name. And on the trash packets, one of them had fallen because of the wind or whatever, and there was, a lot of information from that hotel, which included invoices, CVs, rooming list reports, and it was all over the street, all over the street. Again, this is about 10 years ago. That's because someone in the administration department decided to get rid of all of that at one point, and they just threw it to the bin, and that bin ended up in the street, and those names, invoices, and all sorts of sensitive information was just literally flying around the streets of Madrid, across the UNWTO headquarters, by the way. Literally. If that happens today in 2023, it means that there's a problem. So data and artificial intelligence, the first thing to understand is that data is like oxygen, and that we should be data stewards. We have to keep our guests' data, our own data, in an extremely responsible way. Extremely responsible. So to your point, I think the first part of call is being aware that data has value, a lot of value, and it can be very harmful if used wrongly, like technology, same thing. And I don't think there's a collective knowledge or awareness about this. So this would be, for me, point number one.
Actually, I have just accepted the last question.
Yeah, a very short one.
Mr. Chapuis.
Thank you, Javier, for the presentation. Very dynamic, very interesting. I just jump on the image of the restaurants 200 years ago was the paper technology. And probably what I'm missing from your presentation is like you talk a lot about the mean of the technology, but not that much about the purpose. And if we think about this paper technology in this typical restaurant, probably the technology is fitting the situation and is quite performant. So like one question you left open and behind is what's the purpose of technology and to what extent it's improving the performance. And in this case, like is investing in so much technology materially and the energy we need for it, perhaps the old technology works as well.
Agree. That the picture from Casa Botín, again, was taken less than a month ago, and the restaurant was full, and it's making a lot of money. A turnover of probably 3 million a year, so a nice restaurant, and it works. Now, to your point, and similar to this gentleman's question before, I think that technology and data should be at the service of people to enhance service and make a better experience, not the other way around. The problem is that, to the other gentleman's point, the consumer is running so much faster that we need to adapt to them. And sometimes there's no time. Think about La Fourchette, the fork, which got acquired by TripAdvisor, which was part of Expedia. Again, you see the pattern here. It's the response to all the individual hotels that were not able to manage the reservations in the right way. Everything was on a pen and paper, and based on having the chance of getting the line free to speak with the restaurant, speak with the manager who would note down my reservation. Now, this company has started aggregating all of that content and all of that availability and make it usable for the final consumer, right? So what's the point there? It's making a better service. I want to go to La Petite Chaise. I don't want to call because I'm in another country or I don't speak French, whatever. I use that technology to know the availability and make a reservation. That's giving me value as a consumer, and that's giving value to the other side of the equation, which is the restaurant, by better organizing my timing, the people that are going to come, and so forth. But to your question, everything should add value to the final consumer to start with. Because if it only adds value to the hotel or the restaurant, we are starting from the end and not from the beginning. But if it doesn't add value to any of the sides, then it's pointless, and that technology will never take off.
I will let Javier having the final word. But first, just on this topic, I'm an ex-revenue controller in hospitality. So for Casa Botín, I will be interesting to calculate the cost of transformations versus really the revenue on such a small business, because size matter to really be able to adopt technology and the human cost of
Let me give you an answer by coming back to the market capitalization of Booking.com. So this company has created 65 or 75 billion of value by giving a capability that hotels didn't have and that users wanted. I think that answers the question.
But I'm sure you're right. But what I try to mention here is, once again, for me, we are a very fragmented industry, same in education. So also any partnership and collaboration towards, because there is in many schools, I can see right now some various hybridation. The problem is, how do you have the means to sustain? Because you need to start with the right choice. So you need to have the basics. And not all the school has that. And you also have une pénurie, a shortage of good teachers in the digital, because those people are rare. And that's why we are very lucky to have you today. And that will be my transition, because I don't want you to miss your flight. But thank you very much, Javier. I'll let you have the final word. But thank you so much for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you. It's been my pleasure, Cyril. Thank you very much for having me, Francois. It's been really great. Just think about, data and technology should be on your top 3 points. Like CEOs, we saw in France, Pricewaterhouse, what worries the most is cybersecurity. If you didn't have data and technology on your top 5 list, I think you are not looking to the future in the right direction, or even to the present on the right direction. So give it a thought. Email me if you wish. If I can be of any help, it will be my pleasure to assist you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Philippe.
We're going now to have a break of 10 minutes, maximum 10 minutes, and back in this room in 10 minutes' time. You've got coffee and fruit juice just outside, and we will start our General Assembly. Thank you.
iniciar. Sostener video, su cosa. Compartir, participantes, más. No funciona.
Bien. Bien. Monsieur Agence, très bien. Et là? Hi, hello, good morning again, or good afternoon rather. Good afternoon in France. Good morning in Costa Rica or in El Salvador. Comment vas-tu? En Salvador. Bien, bonjour et par exemple à Michel Musel, là qui a bien voulu mettre sa caméra. On t'espère en bonne santé, Michel Musel. And thank you to switch on your camera, please. It will be much better and much more convenient and comfortable for all of us. And the people being here will see you on the screen behind me if you open or switch on your camera in it, yes? So thank you to be with us. We are approximately, we were 50 people here face-to-face here in Paris during this overall forum and the 26th forum of AMFOT. And now we open the General Assembly of our organization for approximately 2 to 30 hours. And I'd like to welcome the new members and people being on the screen with Zoom, and as well people being watching us on the live stream of WTN. There are several hundred people watching on television this forum and especially this General Assembly. So first of all, I would like, yeah. And I would like first to decide on which language we're going to follow up the General Assembly. I suggest the language being English. You know that we have 3 official languages, English, French, and Spanish. So I suggest on English. Any comments? Are we okay here in the room? Yes, we follow on in English. So a tendency, so from the 392 organizations, yes? How many proxies do we have, please?
We have 47 proxies.
47 proxies, and so approximately here 25 people, plus on the screen, I don't see all the people on the screen, but anyways, there is no quitus on in our statues, so we'll be able to vote the different votes that we will do together during this afternoon. I suggest that the voting system being with hands. Yes, who has comments on this? Votes per hand. So in the room here or by Zoom? No? Who is against? Who abstains? So, okay, thank you. So we will vote by hand. Right. I would like as well, the first step, to have the vote on the minutes of the previous General Assembly. You remember that was in Seoul, Korea, and that was in June 30th last year. We sent you even several times this minutes of the General Assembly in Seoul. Any question, any comments on these minutes? No here. No one in the... Thank you to help me, Xavier, with the chat.
Yes.
Yeah. And so who is against these minutes? Nobody. Who abstains? Nobody. So thank you. So it's voted. So what I'd like to do is a 10 seconds presentation of you, and I suggest to hand the microphone to our people, our members on the screen. So just a few seconds, and please, Laurent Hervé, for example, we could start with you. So thank you to switch on the microphone. Thank you, Xavier and Gary behind the curtain, to show the people on the screen behind me. And please. Thank you. Go ahead. So what we need is for you to switch on the microphone. Laurent, oui? No, doesn't work. Evangeline from Philippines.
Yes, good evening.
Hello.
Bonjour.
Yeah, good evening for you, yes. Just tell us name, position, and university as far as you are concerned, university.
Oh, yes, yes. Good evening to everyone. I am Professor Evangeline from the Philippines. I am the Assistant Dean of the University of Santo Tomas. So we welcome you to our university in the Philippines, Manila.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome in our General Assembly. Michel Mouzel.
Yes, our friend Michel Mouizel from Primary School for 5 years ago, and international partnerships. I'm very happy to see you today.
And we're very happy to see you exactly on the screen. Thank you. Yes, thank you, Michel. Martin, you were with us and now you're on the train. Are you on the train or? Yeah, yeah. You can talk. Okay, hello to you again. Zihang Zhang, IMTA, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Hi.
This is Jihen Zhang from International Mountain Tourism Alliance. And welcome. Thank you, everyone. Good to see you.
From China?
Yeah, I'm from China.
Good. Nice to see you.
Good to see you all.
Nice to see you. Yeah, and we are partner and even founder of IMTA, International Mountain Tourism Association, based in China. And Amfort is one of the founder member of your organization. Thank you to be with us. Adnan? Adnan, can you hear me? Hello? Turkey? Yes. Switch on your camera, please, Adnan.
Hello. Hello to everyone. Thank you.
Hi, just a few words from you.
Thank you. I'm the founder of the Small Hotels Association of Turkey. And thank you. Good to see all of you. I hope I'm going to meet you in person one time in the future.
You are invited
so
anytime. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bon, Yuri Denko from Ukraine. Now, already Yuri said a few words just before, and then later on during the General Assembly, I received a very smart and very kind words from you, Yuri, and our General Secretary will read your words. But just a few words, just to say hello to all your friends here in Paris and in the world.
Très bien. Moi et mes étudiantes qui surtout représentent l'université Ukraine of Lviv.
So my teachers and students from the University of Lviv in Ukraine
représente tout succès.
Wish you all the success for this General Assembly. Thank you so much, Yuri. Thank you. So, voilà, tu as ouvert ton micro. Hervé, Laurent.
Oui, vous m'entendez?
On t'entend très bien. Tu es où là?
I'm gonna speak in English.
Yes, please.
Hello, everybody. I'm French and I live in Central America. I represent School of Culinary Arts in San Salvador, El Salvador country.
Thank you. And it's morning there.
It's a morning 8:30 in the morning.
So, so I wish a nice day.
Cup of
so
coffee.
thank you to be with us. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And the lady, Direzione Lavagna Sviluppo.
Hello, good morning.
Hello.
I'm Chiara Rosatelli, and I'm the director of the Accademia di Turismo, who is a member of Scuola Centrale di Formazione. I live in Genova and in Zurigo, and in my school we do training course of tourism and the cooking. And thank you for accepting my application.
With pleasure. Thank you to be with us. So, Marie, have you got a microphone and go around the room here for just 10 seconds of presentation of each of you. Each of you. Yeah, and from one side to the other. Thank you. And for all the people here. And thank you, Xavier, if it's possible to show the room here.
Bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour tout le monde. Donc c'est Abdeltif Zaïd. Je suis le directeur de l'École supérieure d'hôtellerie et de restauration d'Alger.
Thank you, Abdeltif.
Gabriel Vaillancourt, Conseil québécois des ressources humaines en tourisme.
Good morning, everyone. Manon Decombe from IRES, so Institute of Research and Studies of Tourism at University Paris-La Sorbonne.
Paris-La Sorbonne.
Hello, and we are the delegation from Savoie Mont Blanc University. So we have master's programs in tourism, hospitality, and events. This is Beatrice, head of the tourism department. Pierre is head of the master's program in hospitality, and myself, I'm in charge of international relations.
Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Cyril Lanrezac, director of École de Savignac, which is a postgraduate management schools in Dordogne with 400 students, from a bachelor to an MBA.
Bonjour, Sophie Lacour. I'm an expert and a teacher in innovation, artificial intelligence, robotics, and metaverse.
Hello, I'm Lorena Sassi from Scuola Centrale Formazione from Italy. We are an association of vocational training centers from all over Italy, and I'm here with my friend and colleague Alberto Visentin.
Oh, bonjour à tutti. Lorena said for me.
What we mean delegation. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Mathieu Mioche. I'm part of HRC International. I'm the area manager for France, and we are in charge of placing early talents in management training in the United States. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm very pleased to be here. My name is Simone Bischoff, and I'm currently running the hospitality school UFMH, belonging to the group PM in Paris here at La Défense. Have a good day.
Member, thank you to be with us.
Merci, Abdeltif Mahmoud from Tunisia. Je suis universitaire et formateur et consultant avec des organismes internationaux.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone, or good morning, wherever you are. My name is Alupa Clark from Canada, and I am the Director General of the Hotel Association of Quebec City. Thank you.
Bonjour, hello, I'm Xavier from Quebec. We're in charge, we have the Conseil québécois des ressources humaines en tourisme, and we are in charge of all human resources in tourism in Quebec. So we have just a small challenge in this moment, so this is it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hello again, Moaz Qasim. I'm a university professor in hospitality and tourism management and international consultant in tourism and hospitality too. Thank you.
Saïd Boukhelifa, délégué de l'Enfort en Algérie et président du syndicat national des agences de tourisme. Je fais partie de l'Enfort depuis déjà 8 ans. Je fais partie déjà parmi les anciens. et j'ai passé 8 bonnes années. L'Algérie, vous savez où ça se trouve, monsieur du Québec? Ah, d'accord, ok. Parce que le grand public américain confond Algérie et Nigeria.
Not any more confusion.
On me demande de... D'accord. Très bien. Alors... Ah, très bien.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, Abdou.
Abdou Belga, ancien ambassadeur du groupe Accor, vice-président de l'Enfort, et un bonheur d'être en famille et parmi vous.
Et moi, je suis Marie-François. Sorry, I'm Marie. I'm Marie, and I'm in charge of all the little bits we have to do during the Congress.
Not only during the Congress. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Xavier. I'm the Amfort General Delegate, so I'm very happy to be with you.
Since 3 years.
Since 3 years.
Didier Argence, Fondation INFA. I am the director of the Fondation INFA. INFA Foundation is a foundation and training center. Okay, I'm the director of the Department of Hospitality and Restoration. I am the vice president of INAMFORT for the finance and economy.
Yeah. Important job. And I'm Philippe François. I'm a member of Amfort since nearly 30 years, and I'm consultant in tourism and hospitality. And I'm president of the strategic committee of École de Savignac and a few other mandates. And I'm the current president of Amfort. So next point on the agenda, and regularly, there's someone new, Mehdi, oh no, he left. No, Mehdi Shahed, please. You can switch on your microphone and say a few words, Mehdi. Welcome.
Yes. Thank you. Merci, Philippe. Thank you. And I'm really happy. Unfortunately, I'm not with you actually in Paris, but I'm happy to be with you online. My name is Mehdi Shahed. I'm based in Tunis, in Tunisia, and I am a consultant, master trainer with IFC, which is member of the World Bank Group. I'm very happy to be with you, even virtually. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mehdi. Right. In General Assembly, generally we do a President statutory report, and my report will be a little bit special this time. As you know, I decided to leave, a step down from the position of President of Amfort after 12 years of presidency. So it's time for me to step down and to open the doors to a new team. Oh, sorry. Yeah. So somebody is missing. Who is? Oh, Jérôme, please. Yeah. You're right. Jérôme, please say a few words. Yes. Sorry about that. I missed you. A new member as well.
I don't say anything. Thanks a lot. So I'm Jérôme Bourdet, the general manager of Villa-M. So it's a pleasure for me to see you today, and thank you very much for presence today. So.
And thank you to be the boss of this hotel, welcoming us, and thank you for the service of this hotel, Jérôme. And a new one. Yes, fantastic hotel. The room said. Right. Yesterday I was at the Equipe Hotel show, and all of a sudden a journalist came to me to see me, asking me for an interview. And Claire Cosson asked me the question and said, well, what do you remember from your experience of 12 years at the presidency of Amfort? I said, well, maybe I would remember 3 things. So probably first, a kind of a improvement. Yeah, I think I improved myself by all the resilience, the perseverance, the dynamism you need to do this job, patience, diplomacy, and sometimes as well authority, because leading a group of 650 or 700 of people from 70 countries, and with all the difference and the diversity in the cultures, it's a lovely job. Obviously, it's very, very time-consuming, but this improves someone. So that was the first thing. It's my self-improvement. The second thing is about human comprehension, because you are facing all these different culture and the different way of thinking. And this is one thing that you can note. It's a diversity and of human, not resource or not human capital. What I prefer to say is la richesse humaine in French, or the human wealth. And that's so important for anyone to be able to understand always and every day a little bit better our brothers and sisters in the world. And the third thing was how difficult is to gather people nowadays. It was easier 10 and 15 years ago, but nowadays it's quite difficult to gather people. Obviously, we have new technologies like we are using today with internet, with Zoom, and with WTN. And thank you, WTN. Thank you, Jürgen Steinmetz, for allowing us to have this broadcast live stream with WTN. And but we need nowadays to have different tools and different means of communication. So that's what I said is about all this experience of 12 years. What I would like to tell you is that I tried to be very available for each of you. It takes a lot of time. It took, thousands of mails, of phone calls, and of Skype meetings or Zoom meetings, but it was always with very pleasure, and I've tried to be sometimes the secretary of everyone, but always available. But at the same time, when you have got this kind of position, at the same time you've got to be as well a real ambassador and a global ambassador with the most important people that you can meet on Earth, especially in United Nations. As now, as you know, we are recognized, officially recognized by United Nations since 2017, and UNWTO, the World Tourism Organization as well, but as well other NGOs all over the world and in Europe and governments. Having this position now of President of AMFORT needs to be a real diplomat and to be able to talk to all very important people and ministers of different countries. But this is the strength as well of our organization. So I'm a little bit, thank you to accept that I'm a little bit proud of when this mandate we started with, we saw really it was a short team, and nowadays, and just a little bit later on, our General Secretary will tell us exactly the number of members today, as well as the number of countries who are part of AMFORT. Right, and this development has been owing to all of you here today in Paris, but as well around the screen and on WTN. And I would like to thank especially my team of AMFORT, the board, the executive board, and as well Didier, Xavier, and Abdou, Moraes, and so on, who has been in the board and executive board. Thank you so much. Obviously, I would like to express a special thanks to Marie, who has been with me during all these 12 years to help me with all the paperwork and administrative part of the job. But as well, I will not forget the history of our organization, and I would like to have a special hello at this time when I'm going to step down this position and to recognize the history and especially, for example, the first president of AMFOT, Ignacio Diaz of Aguilar. Then that was between 69 and 72. Then Gérard Labo, Belgium, 72-76. Bernard Guéry, Switzerland, from 76 to 82. Luis Echeverria from Spain, 82-86. 86-88, Georges Kibeli from Canada, sociologist in Canada. Yeah. 88-96, Giuseppe Loi Pudu in Italy, very well known in Italy. Then Serge Perrault from France. Then Carlos Lima, my predecessor in Portugal, up to 2010, and I've been elected in 2010 and for 3 mandates. Later on, I will tell you a testimony of Carlos Lima, who couldn't be with us today, but he sent us a letter. I will read it to you later. And as I've told you, this is the 26th forum on the 54 years of AMFOT. As you know, it had been created in 79, so it's 53 years. And the first forum was in Madrid in 72, then it's been in Brussels, Geneva, Budapest, Toronto, Lisbona, Costa Rica, Nice, Marrakesh, Antalya, Prague, Lisbon, Paris for the 40th anniversary, Sao Paulo, that was my first Congress as president, Cyprus, North Cyprus, Turkey, Paris again, Tunis, Gamat, Bologna, Italy, Palma de Mallorca, Puebla in Mexico, Montreal, that was in 77, Montreal, Quebec, Luxembourg, Paris, Seoul, Alger, and Paris today. So this is part of the history of our organization, and I wanted to point it out. So I've been very, just to tell you this as sincere as possible, I've been very honored and so pleased serving AMFOT for these 12 years, and I wish just good luck to my successor, and we will see later on in the afternoon. I've tried my best. We are now a number of organizations important in all these countries, 70 countries, and as you will see in the financial report, I leave you with some money in the wallet, so I can go and retire peacefully. So thank you, and that was my report, the statutory report of the president. Is there any question on this report? Any remarks? Thank you. So I would like to vote for this. Yes, Florence?
The remark is just thank you, really. I think it's an important remark.
Thank you. Thank you. So who is against this report? Who abstains? So thank you. It's voted. Mr. General Secretary, your turn. Thank you to make your report, please.
Thank you very much indeed. I would like to start with a big thank you to our president, to our actual president, for your constant support, for your help, and the protection you gave to me and to the whole team all the time. Thank you very much indeed. Let's start with a few numbers. So I'm very pleased to announce that today we are 692 members from 70 countries from all around the world. We just welcomed the last member is from Saudi Arabia. It's a new country for us, and we just reached 70 countries. So we are very happy, very proud of this achievement, and I'm sure with all the new members, I will talk about it later on, but with all the new members, we have a lots of projects to work on. So thank you very much as well. We'll see. Since we have more members, we have more countries, we've been hit by the COVID-19, so it was a harsh time for everyone. We know for all of our members it was a very difficult time. But since we have a new partnership, most of you know that we have a big partnership with Colonna Brokers since last years. They are very helpful, and especially on the cotization, the fee membership, they help us with automated system, so it's a big help. 2021, we had over 10,000 euro for membership fees, and thanks to Colonna and thanks to the automatized system, we improved by 65% in 1 year. So in 2022, we are almost at 17,000 euro of cotization. So we are going the right way, I believe, and I'm sure we will improve these numbers for the years to come.
So maybe the contract.
Yes.
Yeah. We just signed for during this forum. That was the first evening. We signed the contract of Colonna, so it's signed, and now it's open for the new governance of Amfort. So this is the contract with Colonna for 3 years.
Thank you. I have a few questions before giving you the floor. I'd like to know, because we spend quite a big sum of money regarding our website, regarding the intranet we are giving. We are offering the opportunity to all of our members to be in contact with all the Amfort members. So as you may see here, so it just moved a little bit for the past few weeks. But usually here I can see everyone, the activities, and usually it's quite quiet. For the past few weeks, I've seen some profile updated, which was great. But I would like to know how we can be better at your service. How could we improve the service Amfort is providing to all of the members, to all of the organization, and what is the right direction you need from Amfort? Anyone in the room?
It's open. It's open. That was a question. Mm-hmm. What are you imagining for the real service of Amfort? Our mission is to gather educational and training education at centers. It's to gather people from NGOs or GOs, Ministry of Tourism, Direction du Tourisme, but as well industry groups, hospitality and catering restaurant industries, and to gather all these people about human wealth or human capital in the world. So how can we perform better? And every week we ask ourselves this question: how can we perform better? So if you have ideas, please come and work with us. And if you have ideas now, or if you have got any kind of suggestion, the floor is open to you.
If I could summarize, I have 3 questions. What do you expect from Amfort website? What do you expect from Amfort organization? And what do you expect from me?
Mohez, Kassem, yes, microphone, thank you.
Thank you, Marie. Perhaps I may suggest to set up a survey and send it to all the members in order to perhaps propose some ideas or some projects, some future projects that we can develop together.
Thank you,
the
Moise.
next days.
Thank you, Moise. Any other ideas, any other suggestion, any other needs you may have?
Regarding the website, I think, and the purpose of the M4 is technically about educational and trainings. And I think, and I know it's been hard for the past 2 years and so on, but we are technically a student-centric organization. So I think that if you want to make, obviously, the M4 known and recognized and carry on, this history further on and so on, I think, it's time to embed into the organization and the running of this organization the student body. And again, that will help, obviously, the website, because we heard, how obviously tech-savvy, our new students are, and I think this is, maybe the key of, increasing, the presence on the market.
Thank you,
It's already open to alumni associations. Yes. Okay. Yeah. To go further.
Yeah, of
yes.
course.
Thank you. Thank you, Mathieu. Yes, Cyril.
Few ideas, tutorials. I believe the members, maybe a few tutorials to see the richness of the website that certainly we don't always have the time to go through, so the tutorial to promote. A newsletter or top synthetical news of what's going on in the world, in your countries, highlighting maybe once per trimester a specific school, but in order to better knows who is who. And finally, maybe also with Little Mean, I know, so it's a little bit more videos, because people, we tend to view videos more than we read.
Thank you, Cyril. Podcast. I could ask the same question about, we have a YouTube channel, and we have been publishing many videos. We don't have that high of views we should have, especially when we share videos from Guillaume Gomez or that kind of high-level profile. We haven't been hitted on YouTube as we should be.
And LinkedIn also. LinkedIn.
Microphone, please, boys.
Yes. Just LinkedIn and Facebook pages. So I invite all members to like our social media pages.
You're right. You're right. Yes. And on Zoom, on the screen, any suggestion for the development or communication of Amphot on the screen? But here in the room, yes, Abdelatif Mahmoud is getting the microphone.
Merci, je parle en français parce que mon anglais parlé n'est pas extraordinaire. Mais je
French,
comprends très
and
bien.
I will translate your French and English.
Ouais. Je crois qu'il est temps maintenant de mettre sur la table une feuille de route plus claire, plus précise et surtout plus pratique pour attirer le maximum et davantage de nos amis africains. Je sais très bien et vous comprenez très bien les difficultés que nos amis africains ont à avoir un visa pour l'Europe. Je sais très bien que certains pays, ces dernières années, connaissent des difficultés qu'auparavant, ces pays n'avaient pas. Mais il y a un gisement, pour nous, l'Amphort, un gisement pour la formation, pour le recrutement de nouveaux membres, et surtout, il y a des idées que nous ne connaissons pas, que nous ne maîtrisons pas. Il est temps peut-être de défricher le terrain en Afrique et voir qui pourrait venir avec nous et qui aurait des difficultés à venir avec nous pour lui faciliter cette adhésion.
So, Mohamed, Abdelatif, sorry, just a few seconds. Abdelatif is talking about how to provide new facilities for especially new members and candidates, applicants from Africa, because it's quite difficult to participate to an organization like Amphot due to visas or perhaps budget as well constraints.
Il y a plusieurs pays. Il y a au moins une quinzaine, vingtaine de pays qui sont prêts à nous rejoindre. Et ça, d'après mes propres questions que j'ai posées à gauche et à droite. Et je crois qu'il serait temps, il est temps aujourd'hui d'être plus, comment dirais-je, plus volontariste envers nos amis africains. Et commencer par toucher un certain nombre de pays, une dizaine de pays, il est temps de le faire aujourd'hui.
So Alternative is thinking that we could focus, special action towards this continent of Africa to have a bigger number of organizations from Africa. Thank you. Any other comments or suggestions? Yes?
Oui. Moi également, je vais le faire en français. 2 points que je souhaiterais évoquer. Le premier, nous sommes certaines universités, il y a 6 universités en France qui font partie maintenant du réseau des universités d'excellence universitaire en tourisme, dans le cadre du plan de relance lancé par Jean Castex. Donc nous avons la chance, l'Université Savoie-Mont-Blanc, d'adhérer à ce réseau, au même titre que l'IREST, au même titre que Angers, Nice, Toulouse et Gustave Eiffel. Donc nous sommes les 6 universités. Peut-être, pourquoi pas, envisager quand même des liens entre l'AMFORT et ce réseau des écoles universitaires de tourisme. Je pense qu'il y a des choses à faire. Nous avons plusieurs work packages dans le cadre de l'EUT, donc l'école universitaire de tourisme, et notamment au niveau du work package 1 sur l'attractivité. Il a beaucoup été question hier lors des conférences aujourd'hui et ça semble récurrent et surtout mondial, la question de l'attractivité ou plutôt du manque d'attractivité de ces formations. On le voit dans nos lycées, dans nos universités aujourd'hui. Donc il y a vraiment un travail engagé et je pense que plus nous sommes de personnes autour de la table pour avancer. Voilà, donc moi j'ai un premier travail et là il faudrait le mettre sur la table rapidement. L'EUT c'est 2 ans, hein. C'est cette année fin 2024-25. C'est sur 2 ans. Alors bien sûr on envisage bien avec Jean-René Maurice notamment de l'Estua d'Angers que ça ne s'arrête pas là, que ce soit le début d'une belle histoire, mais en attendant pendant 2 ans on a des fonds pour l'histoire, pour écrire l'histoire. Et quand on a des fonds à l'université, on va en profiter. Donc, je pense qu'il y a vraiment des choses à faire sur une temporalité courte. Ça, c'est la première chose.
Yes, please, I will translate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's to create some facility between your network of French universities specialized in tourism and the AMFORT. So we note this and we will come back to you as soon as possible.
Et le deuxième point, je me souviens l'avoir déjà dit par le passé, et je pense qu'il serait également temps de faire rentrer des étudiants et de faire bénéficier des étudiants de ce réseau et des échanges qu'on peut avoir dans ce réseau et de certaines conférences qui sont organisées dans ce réseau. C'est très agréable, sympathique de se retrouver entre nous, d'écouter des conférences, etc. Mais je pense que nous sommes quand même tous, en tout cas moi en tant qu'universitaire, c'est comme ça que je me définis, aussi au service de nos étudiants pour leur transmettre des choses. Et je regrette qu'il n'y ait pas assez de gains de ce réseau et des esprits pensants et des échanges que nous avons pour nos jeunes. Et je pense qu'organiser, je sais pas, 1 fois par an ou quelque chose où on associerait chacun de nos écoles des jeunes. On voit aujourd'hui, grâce à la Réunion, qu'avec les nouvelles technologies, même si les étudiants restent dans leur pays, en tout cas c'est possible, mais ce qu'il y a, c'est qu'il faut l'agender, il faut l'organiser, il faut le structurer. Et ce serait un bénéfice tant pour nous que pour l'AMFORT.
Good point, yes, is to be more close with students' population. And but as you know, they're welcome. And for the time being, I think there is 2 alumni associations who are members of AMFORT. One of them being, by the way, a statutory auditor of AMFORT. The other point is this morning we had a student from La Sorbonne IREST with us. Representing the students of and the graduates of this university. So yes, indeed, and that will be pointed in the report, in the memo of this General Assembly. Yes, you are right. Any other comments, suggestion from on the screen, from Zoom? No? Okay. Carry on.
Thank you very much.
Sorry?
Yes, Mehdi.
Yes, thank you. I just raised my hand on the Zoom.
Oh, sorry.
Just very quickly. No worries. Just very quickly. My suggestion is to create more online events. I think it will be important on a regular basis, probably on a monthly basis, to create roundtable. I've got this experience in another association. We can create like webinars, we can create roundtable, we can create like conferences on a monthly basis. And because we are worldwide and all of the world, we can each time give the word to one of the consultants on the trainings. It will create more interactivity between the members, but also between the members and the potential clients and all the ecosystem where we are in. So this was my suggestion. Thank you.
As you know, Mehdi, so every 3 months, since 2 or 3 years, we are organizing what we call Amphort talk shows with an expert and so on. So if you find it's not enough, well, we will see with the new president and with the new team if it's possible to have more of these Amphort talk shows. But that is on Zoom. It's 1 hour with an expert. It's 20 minutes from the expert, 20 minutes of debate, and 20 minutes from the organizing team of Amphort. Yes. But okay, thank you. Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Mehdi. Regarding my different activities, so as you know, I'm in charge of sending you newsletter, emailing. Again, I see who open the mails. I see who clicks on the mail. So I won't give any names today.
No names, no names.
I'm in charge of the administration of our website. So that's why I opened this subject. I think it's very important, especially after the intervention of Mr. Javier Delgado. We know that data are very central nowadays. I'm in charge as well of being in touch with every one of you anytime you need. So again, don't hesitate if you need any information, if you need any support, if you'd like to organize once a month events, if you'd like to, for the universities, if you'd like to get some support, of course. Amphort is a network, so even if I won't be able to give you the support you need, we are 692 members, and within these numbers, we have head of administration, we have teachers. So within these numbers, we have maybe thousands of students all around the world, even if they are not registered within our network, but we can demultiply this number. So don't hesitate, any help you need.
Thank you. Any comments? Any other question on the screen? No. In the room? No. So we are going to vote for General Secretary report. If no more questions, so who is against? Who abstains? Thank you. This report is adopted. Thank you, Xavier, for all your work since 3 years. Thank you. So now I would like to, on the General Assembly agenda is the report from general delegates. So who wants to talk about his country? You have 2 minutes maximum. IMTA, for example, to start with. Please, could you make a report from your organization from China? Ziheng? Hello? Yes.
Hello.
Yes, please. Maximum 2 minutes,
Hello.
please.
Okay. The IMTA in China is an international organization and aims to promote the sustainable tourism on the global round. And our aim is to promote the sustainable tourism and protect the mountain tourism and benefiting the people that live in the mountain area. That is our aim. And we believe that we can do more things in the future to jointly make efforts on the sustainable tourism. So that is what we do in China. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So, Eva, Evangeline, for example? What about the Philippines?
Yes. Yes. Hello, good evening again to everybody. So I am from the University of Santo Tomas. Well, actually, we are planning to organize an activity online, but I think we can make it possible by next term. That's between February and March. And hopefully we can invite you. It's not maybe possible to have a physical face-to-face because we live here in Asia, and maybe we can have something that would be, some might come and some may not, so we'll have it online or virtual in particular. Now we are coming up with a tourism center, and in this tourism center we want to be a depository of researches. So we'll be inviting you to join us in our research papers. We are now involved in a local government partnership. We want to support the government agencies, especially our small organization community, so they can have better lives through our research collaboration. Through research activities, no, we want to empower the community. So if you'll be interested to join us in our research endeavors, please let us know. And if you want to see the Philippines, the beautiful islands, you're all invited. Good evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hervé, perhaps information about your country and schools in El Salvador?
Hello. You hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very well. And we see you as well.
I'm doing also consulting, and I'm available for you all. I speak 3 languages, French, Spanish, and English. The school. I'm a former. I was teaching at the Cordon Bleu and Paul Bocuse Institute, and also in Switzerland for Glion. And the idea when I married a plastic surgeon who studied in Lyon, France, I decided to open a cooking school in Central America. At the time, it was only 5 schools in Central America. Now it's more than 200. Too many schools. I suggest we could work together. It's of course it's difficult. It's difficult to see us because of the situation, the world situation. But online we can do it. Thank you for asking me, and I'm with you this afternoon.
Yes, you are. Thank you so much, Hervé, and don't hesitate to invite us to any kind of conference or talk show or whatever from your country, and especially with other schools in your country and with AMFAT members, right? Thank you so much.
Okay.
For example, in the room, any general delegate for countries about Algeria, Tunisia, Italy, who wants Quebec? Who want to the microphone? Yes, Lorena.
Yes.
Piacere.
From Italy, we are trying to adapt our mobility programs with blended mobility styles, so that the experience of mobility can start in advance and after the mobility period also. And we are facing the problem that the scholarships are not so adapt now with the new prices, and the number of scholarships are not increasing as the demand for this kind of opportunity. And we would like to take from the COVID experience a new impulse to adapt our mobility programs, making them possible even with technology support, And the other aspect we are very interested in is the data education. As we learned that this is so important now, we started working on media education, but I think that this part of data education is really, really important to us. So we are interested in keeping on following next steps with Amfort. Thank you.
Thank you, Lorena, and thank you for the work you do with Erasmus, because you are one of the leaders in Europe for Erasmus programs, and we know that some members of Amfort are working with you on Erasmus program. Thank you so much. Adnan from Turkey. We have not a lot of members in Turkey. Why? Are you promoting Amfort in Turkey?
And sorry, no, I'm not promoting, but from now on, I'm going to promote it. As you know, I'm the founder of the Boutique Hotels Association of Turkey. So we got 295 members in 40 destinations. Hotels, small boutique and special hotels. So from now on, also, I'm going to promote Amfort and get more members from Turkey.
Thank you, Adnan. Thank you so much. Anyone else who wants a microphone in order to report on his or her country? No. So we received a letter from Yuri Zinko just a few minutes ago. That was during the previous session, academic session, and I would like Xavier Faure perhaps to read what we just received from Ukraine.
Dear participants, delegates of the 26th Forum of the International Organization Amfort, I appeal to you on the behalf of the Ukrainian educators in the branch of tourism and hotel-restaurant business of the Ivan Franko National University of Lviv. There is a real sanguinary war in Ukraine. Many people are perishing. The infrastructure are destroyed, including educational one. Today, we also pay homage to our senior lecturer, officer of Ukrainian Army, Mikhailo Hamkalo, who perishes on the battlefield. This is why your support and sponsorship of our struggle for independence expressed in the kind letter of the President Philippe François are met with a special hearty gratitude. At the same time, our membership in such honored international organization as Amfort is very important for the Ukrainian education modernization, especially in the branch of tourism and hospitality. Your successive forum impresses by the actuality and urgency of the considered problems, as well as modern trends and direction of high-quality personnel training for the tourism industry. Particularly, we would like to say about our friend, for many years, President of Amfort, Mr. Philippe François, acquaintance with him as the expert in hospitality in the Carpathian on the start of the 21st centuries was very important for the training of education programs on tourism and hospitality. Created under his initiative in our University Regional Center of Education Materials, keeps on functioning until today. His friendly advices concerning the education process modernization are reflected in our new education programs. I remember his experience in seminars, organization with a special accent upon love and respect to potential clients of the hotel and tourism companies. And today, we try to transmit this experience and ideas to our students for their futures activity in the branch of tourism and hospitality. Thank you, Philippe. Thank you, Philippe, for good teaching. We wish you long, happy course of life and invite you to visit again already the occupied, free and peaceful Ukraine. Our congratulations to the new president of Amfort. We wish success to all the participants of the forum. Have a nice day have a nice journey in the land of tourism and hospitality education. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Yuri, for this very kind letter. Thank you. You know, AMFORT is a non-politic organization, but still we support peace and we support our friends. Thank you, Yuri. You can count on our support and friendship. Right. Any other comment on delegations? No. So now we are going to have the report on AMFORT finances by Didier Argens. Presentation of, as usual, Didier will present 3 budgets, 21, 22, and 23. The final of 21, current 22, and the project for 2023. Floor is yours, Mr. Vice President, Treasurer.
Okay, we're going to begin with the operating account. You know this kind of presentation because I show you every year as a following forum this presentation, because you have all the year since I am the accountant. I began in 2013. You can see the evolution, and you can see the part of the COVID, of course, there. What is green was loss in this part, and now you can see the benefit from 2 years. Finally, after COVID, so life is good. Yeah. That's better with that. That's a good summary, no? Absolutely. We are going to see the detail of the account of the expenses. You have there the incomes. You have there the expenses and the difference. Okay. Sorry. The incomes, the expenses, and the difference. And we're going in details after about that.
We don't see you on the screen, Didier. So please don't show anything with your fingers, but talk.
Wait, sorry, excuse me.
Thank you.
I forgot it. Okay, next one. Any question? Sorry. Precision? No. Okay. Next one. Now we are going to see the evolution of fees. That's a part important of finance. You can see along the year the evolution of fees. Sorry, I have forgotten it. Yes, the best part in 20. Ouais.
We are at the present time. We are trying, yes, to have the right slides. So thank you to come back to the previous one and one or two words. Yes, please, Didier. Just for our friends on Zoom, in order to help them to see your slides. So the previous one. Yes.
The previous one.
No.
Yeah.
It's not on Zoom.
Operating account.
It's not on Zoom.
That's the one, yeah.
That's it. Yes, please. Please, would you start again, please?
Start again. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, this presentation is a presentation from now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 years. The evolution during 10 years since I have the accounting, because I began in 2013. You know, the part blue are the incomes, the red part is the expenses, and the difference is in green, the part with a negative, and from 21 and 22, you have now benefits. Since the first 8 years, we had losses. And alors, you can see big losses in 17, 18, and 19, because we have a special organization, and the big part of the expenses was the salary of the general secretary, for the former general secretary. Okay, next one, I think. We are going to see the evolution of fees, because the fees as till the last years, the fees were the only possibility of entry or finance, in fact.
Only incomes, yes.
Only incomes, yes.
Right, so we can see here incomes, okay.
You can see the golden age, the golden age in 2017 and 2018, have the most part of the fees. And after you have a decrease, and particularly the effect of COVID in 2020 and 2021. Now in 2022, you can see an increase, a beginning of new increase, and in fact, that's the effect of the association with Colonna. We have a new organization of, because the part of the secretary, the large part of the secretary is running after the fees, you know. It's a big work, big job. Now we have a new organization which is automatized, no, automatic, in fact, automatic, it's automatic, and you can see between 21 and 22 the effect, in fact. Okay.
That's the patrimonial fund, yes.
Yes.
No, it's not the same one. No, it's not the same one on this screen and here. That's it, yes. No, not here.
Oui.
Patrimoine financier.
We're going to see the evolution of the financial wealth of Unfold. Yes, fine.
Not on Zoom, Didier.
Just yes. Not on Zoom. Yeah.
C'est pas sur Zoom.
I'm going to explain without the image. Till 2021, the financial wealth of Hanford was, in fact, only the fees. And you see the difference in 22, because we are now with a wealth in bank of 33,000 euro for 12,000 euros in 2021. The difference is how we have see the evolution of fees on one part. On the other part, it's thanks to the partnership with Colonna, first of all, and in the second way with the representative is there with Simon, effectively, which represent the middle of the wealth financial, it represents 15,000 euros. So 15,000 euros, 16,000 fees, and you find the amount of 33,000 euros for the financial wealth of Hanford. It's very interesting, this kind of this evolution, because we are thinking with the office, with the team, about perhaps an evolution of the economy, of the means of economy, about more partnership, to have more possibility of finance, and finally to have less, not to be lied by the fees, because it's less fees, less means for have more fees, etc. And that's a difficult circle, you know. So we must find as a part of as a thing in economy, as a means, as partnership, and it was a big change, I think. That's the future, but we will tell you we tell you that more later.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Any question on these budgets
and now
on the floor and in the room? No question, no comments. So you see, now
the details. Now you have the details.
Patrimonial funds is 33,000.
Yeah. Now you have the details. I have talked about the details. The details are realized of 21. The prevision of 22, we are in November. It will not change a lot. And the budget for next year. In fact, you can see the global expenses are composed with the fees to WTO, our website, and the general delegate fees. And you know the various expenses are stamps, administrative work. Some details about general delegate fees in the budget. You can see this big evolution. Of course, you can see that, because 21, 22, we paid honorary. It was honorary for Xavier, and we have decided for him, because you know the important job, the most important member of the team, of course, is the president, but is the secretary, the delegate. It's the most important, because he has all the work, and he has all the links with our members, and it takes a lot of job, and you can have someone which can work not completely, you know. So we have decided to help Xavier to engage him, not at full time, in a part time. So it's why you have general delegate fees, but in 2023 it would be a salary, part-time salary, in fact. So it explains the increases. Now, we're going to speak about incomes. Incomes are composed with the members' fees, of course. You can see 21, 22 the evolution, thanks to the new organization, and what we hope for 23, thanks to the action of Xavier, with more time. Important partnership, sponsoring, Colonna, of course, as I explained our president, and advertising a little part. The most important are partnership and members fees. Big evolution for 23. Not a great evolution, because if you see, if you remember the budget last year and the other year, it was the same amount of membership, 23,000 euros. But we are sure now we can reach this amount next year. That's all. Have you any question?
Any question in the room or on Zoom? No? No question? Did you get the report of the statutory auditor?
You know, we have an auditor, because we have a statutory external auditor who checks all our accounting every year. He is Xavier Le Boucher. He's not here today, but he sent us the report. Yes, send us the report. Everything is all right in the account. Something.
Okay, can we vote now? Thank you, Didier.
Thank you.
So budget 21, who is against? Who abstains? Thank you. So budget 21 is voted. 22, that's the current budget for 22. Who is against? Who abstains? Thank you. It's voted. And for 23, but probably the new president will comment on this budget 23. Against, abstains, no. Thank you. It's voted. Thank you so much, and thank you, Didier. So, applicants' candidacies?
Yes.
Please, Xavier.
So in 2022, we welcome an amount of new members. Of course, Colonna was the first this year. Then we welcome Comfort, which is the consortium des organismes de formation, tourisme et hôtellerie qui est basé à Madagascar. We welcome the CQRHT, which is the Conseil québécois des ressources humaines en tourisme. And thank you again. We welcomed 8 University, École internationale de gestion hôtelière de Tunis. We welcome HRC International. So thank you very much, Mr. Mioche. We welcome ITS Malta, which is the Institute of Tourism Studies. We welcomed Linked Tour from China. So Linked Tour have 2 main activities. One is about recruiting human resources in hospitality and catering for China, and another activities which is about promoting Chinese destination. We welcome the Mexican state of Nayarit. So I had the delight to be in touch with the Minister of Tourism for the state of Nayarit. They have a big needs, as we all have, about recruitment and training. So they come toward Amfort, and we have been able to link them with some of the members interested to help them in training, to help them going on the spot, and helping them to develop even more Nayarit state destination. Nayarit,
it's very important because the minister himself is member of Amfort.
Nayarit state is the second most touristic destination in Mexico. So it's a huge amount of tourists every year, especially from Northern America. We also welcome a Nepalese school, and it's a very unique, because Nepalese as well, Nepal as well have a big amount of tourists every year. So we are very proud to welcome Nepal within Amfort. And last but not least, we have been welcoming, as I've been saying earlier, AMSA from Saudi Arabia.
So as usual, I suggest to vote for the overall an overall admission of these people, and I remind you that all application forms are really investigated, and sometimes we accept, sometimes we refuse applicants in Amfort. So who has got any question? Who is against perhaps one name you heard in the room or on Zoom? So I propose to vote for the admission of this list of new members. Who is against? Who abstains? Thank you. So they are now officially new members of Amfort. And again, I remind you that you can be in touch with them directly through the internet website, and you will get the names and the direct telephone or mail to the people in charge, directors of this organization. Okay, now next point is election of half of the board. As you know from our statutes, so we elect half of the board every 2 years. So now we have got a list of people who are already board members between 2020 and 2024. These people, I name them: Abderrahman Belgat, here, yes. Saïd Boukhelifa, present. Antoine Chauveau from Mexico, country and delegate from Mexico. Joumana Damus Samali from Lebanon and delegate from Middle East. Mathieu Dati, delegate on Ivory Coast. Martine Ferry, she's still with us but on Zoom. Xavier Gray, here with us. Sophie Lacour, she's with us. Cyril Lanrezac, École de Savignac, he's here. Jean-Pierre Lezato, but we have got a proxy, he's not here, but we have got a proxy for him. Pasquale Porcel, Indian Ocean, La Réunion. George Kio from China. Early on, we had Frances, translator, but I don't know if she's still with us. But Frances from and George Kio, China. Rodrigo Quintanilla from El Salvador, and Jürgen Steinmetz from USA, Hawaii. So these are already board members still for another 2 years. So we received the applications from 16 people, and that has been overviewed by the board and the executive board. So Didier Argence for a new mandate. So that will be for 22 to 26. Florence Besson-Reynaud, yeah, she's with us. Denis Sorin, France, but living in Saudi Arabia. Tariq Bouchaoui, represented by Simon. Denis Chestakov from Russia. Xavier Faure from France. Nigel Fell from Australia, he's the director of the World Tourism Association for Culture and Heritage. Moez Kassem is here, Tunisia. Michel Wiesel is with us on Zoom. Michel from France. Jean-Oscar Ngili from Cameroon. Chiara Rosatelli from Italy. Arturo Trotta from Italy. Alberto Vicentin from Italy. Yuri Zinko from Ukraine. And Jules Yassi from Cameroon. Any question about this listing? So before we had 15 people, now 16 new people. That would be at the end 31 elected board members from 18 countries. 18 countries. 5 from Europe, 6 from Asia, Middle East, 4 from Africa, 2 from South America, and 2 from North America. Any question about this list of board members for the next 2 years? In 2 years, we will elect half of the board again. So for the next 2 years, No question? No? On Zoom, any question? No? Okay. So who is against this list? Nobody? Who abstains? So thank you and congratulations for the new board members. Next topic on this General Assembly is election of the new president and executive board team. So since 1 year time, we received several, not so many, applications for the position of president of AMFOT. But after different talk and meetings and things like that, so at the end we have one full and very motivated application from one member of our organization. So this person is Abdou Belgat, and so I would like Abdou to give you the microphone in order to present your application to the presidency of AMFOT.
Thank you, merci, thank you. Just small words. I am proud. Thank you for your trust. And you have only one goal, to serve AMFORT. I promise you, it's an absolutely nice organization. Really, really. And my first word, after to thank Philippe, Francesco, l'ancien président, Carlos. Okay. Really, it's excellent opportunity to serve once again this industry. Why? Because you are here. You are here. AMFORT with you is strong. AMFORT without your involved, I'm not sure you are going to the success. Why? After this hard work from Philippe, and thank you, Philippe, really, thank you. And thank you, Marie, thank you very much. Okay. After a long thinking, après vraiment une longue réflexion, I decided to say, Abdou, why not? You are a rich man, you are a young man, it's perhaps a time to serve once again this nice organization. And for this, to are looking for the future with a vision, because we have a vision. It's absolutely different. We have a vision. And this vision is simple. The world moves very strongly, very hardly, with a strong difficulty for our young people. And we are not ready. Nous ne sommes pas prêts du tout. And it's important for us to take our part for the success, for the future. And for this mission, for this vision, I consider our support is coming for human capital. Notre force, c'est le capital humain. Notre richesse, elle est là. And why? I invite with Philippe to have Didier Argens and to have Xavier. Xavier is not a lot of money, I promise you. I work very hard with Colonna to develop this partnership for the future. And why? It's important to make money, to work with the money. If you have not money, it's impossible to have this communication. And I promise Philippe Philippe, you are quiet. The baby is quiet. No, but, it's not only to go to the retirement center. I am quite Finnish, enfant. No. You continue, different. But we continue. And why? It's important because Philippe, he stay with us, président conseiller, enfin président à vie, présentement. Il sera notre président à vie. And same with Francesco. He agreed this morning. He said, Abdou, okay, we stay. I asked him, Francesco, tell me, if you give me your support, you ask me, it's very important, Abdou, to continue this job. And now you inform me, it's a time for me to stop. If you stop, immediately today, I inform Philippe, I'm sorry, I stay member, I offer my time, my money, if you like, but I cannot involve because it's a strong work. I promise you. It's very complicated. And my proposal is simple. My proposal is simple. You work together. We have excellent project with the Quebec, for example. The delegation of the Quebec is here. In Africa, Abdelatif asked about Africa. We have our invited Algeria. You have many projects. Really, you have many projects. In Saudi Arabia, I stayed 10 years in Saudi Arabia. And today the focus is how we can develop tourism, education, training. Enfort. Ah yes, we are going with Enfort. Donc, ce n'est pas un hasard. It's a work. And to go to the success, if you are a team, a strong team, it's very easy for Enfort. Nous jouons la Coupe du Monde, World Cup. It's not Africa Cup or Union or l'UEFA, okay? Bayern, Real Madrid. Non, it's a World Cup. L'Enfort, c'est la Coupe du Monde. C'est la Coupe du Monde de l'éducation, de la formation. Et nous sommes les leaders. We have the leadership. Why, Philippe? It's very important for us. Really. He's a friend, he's a brother. But it's important because he has strong knowledge. He loves too much. Il aime l'Enfort because with a respect. And for me, it's absolutely normal. It's easy. It's not a strong job. Oh my God, but nothing. To stay humble, it's better. Okay? L'humilité n'a jamais tué personne. Hein? Why? Didier, he continue his job. Xavier, you know this guy. Nul n'est indispensable. Je ne suis pas indispensable. Nous sommes forts. Et je suis fort parce que vous êtes là. And our thinking is only to mobilize. Mobiliser. Fédérer. Si nous arrivons, if you are looking about this way, we have a success. Donc, why? I don't change anything. It's only comment évoluer. Comment grandir. Only this. Money, I think it's not complicated. My first job with you. First of all, l'ONU. Don't forget about this. L'Enfort est la seule institution mondiale reconnue par l'ONU avec statut spécial consultatif. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, you know the message, it's very important. We are not nothing. Ce n'est pas rien. Nous sommes reconnus, recognized. Lorsque vous discutez avec les États, immediately respect. immediately. Respect. Second point, we have excellent relationship with l'OMT, l'Organisation Mondiale du Tourisme. My first trip, our first trip, is to visit l'OMT. Anfort paye. Nous payons une cotisation pour l'OMT. Donc, it's normal to ask l'OMT, what can I do? We need your support. Why? Because in Quebec, we have a big project. In different countries in Africa, we have strong project. And you have a people to work about this. You have a people. And l'ONU, very proud to have a strong organization. Very strong organization. Second point, l'OMT, it's Madrid. It's very close. It's not necessary to take a time to visit Madrid, but it's our job to say, hello, we have a project, we are looking about education, we have looking about the future of this tourism. Okay? And I think, je pense, seriously, it's easy. Donc, it's important, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, if you are not involving in this project, I promise you, it's not necessary to continue. But if you are strong decision to support this vision, why not? If the money is the key, the final key, it's not good for the future. Money is money. To think about the future, la prospective is different. The vision is different. Ce n'est pas la même chose. Ce n'est pas la même chose. And in my knowledge, dans mon expérience, dans mon vécu, thank you for two people, two persons. One was Monsieur Paul Bouchenot. I don't know if you remember this guy. Monsieur Paul Bouchenot, he's a key man to build the Plaza Athénée. Hotel Plaza Athénée, the best hotel palace in the world. And I have this opportunity to work during 10 years with him. I was a young Algerian guy. Imaginez. A second, thank you for him, is Monsieur Gérard Pélisson. Simone le connaît, Philippe le connaît, beaucoup de gens le connaissent. Monsieur Gérard Pélisson, qui est le cofondateur du groupe Accor. And during long time, we are working together. We developed the vision in Arabic and Muslim country. Why today Accor have a strong partner with Qatar, with Saudi, a lot of money to buy everything, everywhere. Okay. And Monsieur Gérard Pélisson, c'est un visionnaire. And his first message, Abdou, thank you to involve, okay, in Anfort. Donc, why I am happy, really, I'm happy because vous êtes là. But my message, and I finish with this message, fédérer, oui. Rassembler, oui. Chercher le pouvoir, I'm not interested about this. Je ne suis pas intéressé par le pouvoir. Le pouvoir, c'est dans le cœur que vous l'avez. Il vous appartient. If you like to work for the next generation, I think you have the same language. If you think only about a stamp or a title or the carte de visite, for example, no, it's a past for me, not yet. But today, But today, it's really, it's a strong, big moment. Because il est là. Et ce n'est pas une passation. It's very important to ask about this. Ce n'est pas une passation. Ce n'est pas la politique. Comme a dit Philippe, nous sommes apolitiques. Donc, je ne veux pas. Tout un chacun fait de la politique. Tout. Mais aujourd'hui, Philippe, après 3 mandats successifs, ce qui est énorme, il continue, and I invite him to continue with us. Je l'invite à continuer. Okay? C'est peut-être dur, mais why? J'ai demandé, I ask Marie, car si Marie le veut, ben, chez Christian Dior, je le veux bien. Et c'est pour cette raison, je suis profondément convaincu. One, mission au niveau des États-Unis. Voilà pourquoi j'ai besoin de nos amis américains, Canada, pour nous faciliter ce travail de préparation. L'ONU recognize Hanford. It's our job to speak with a member of the on est obligé. It's a communication. C'est normal. Second point. L'OMT, okay, gentlemen, it's very important for us to decide how you drive this vision. You have a strong support, it's easy. It's really easy to work with a success. And now, project. Quebec, I promise you, our next visit is in Quebec to work together with Philippe, with us, avec toi, very important, okay, for this this exciting project, because this project is the future. C'est la nouvelle vision du tourisme. If you have not going with this way, we are loser. I promise you, you are loser. Because if you take a country like this country, because I stayed 10 years in this country, imagine today the tourism, the future of the tourism is to make les sports d'hiver dans le désert. Gentlemen, where are you going? Where are you going? Why not? But it's not the same like a football. It's different, but the way is no good. La voie n'est pas la bonne. It's not good. It's important now to close my message. We are together, okay? With the budget, I approve the budget. Why? Because if you need a strong, recognized knowledge, he's a good guy, he's a member of our board, he's not only gentleman to work, he's a member like you of the board. But he invests, il s'investit. He have a family, he like to work. Donc, it's a minimum to have a salary. If you agree, nous approuvons. If you don't agree, he stop it. But Abdou is not here to work like Philippe. Hein? No, too much. Thank you, Philippe. It's too much, really. I work a long time together, every day, telephone. No, I'm not interested. No, I'm not interested. But I know that Hanford, c'est une pierre précieuse. C'est une richesse incommensurable, je vous l'assure, avec beaucoup de sagesse. C'est une richesse incommensurable qui peut aider beaucoup de nations. Parce que le tourisme, c'est la paix. Et il est ambassadeur de la paix. Regardez. Look, please, just one example. One example. Every time when I speak with some high people, the word is a word, the war, la guerre. Ukraine, USA, Russia, blah, 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 blah. Here in Anfort, what do you have today? Ukrainiens et la Russie. Nous ne sommes pas en guerre. Nous sommes en politique. We are looking for the peace. Nous sommes la paix. Nous ne sommes pas la guerre. Nous ne sommes pas les méchants. Nous voulons construire l'avenir. Et nos jeunes générations, les futures générations, pensent qu'à une seule chose. Quel est notre prochain avenir? J'ai 4 enfants et je sais de quoi je parle. J'ai des petits-enfants. Aujourd'hui, ils ne pensent qu'à « Mais qu'est-ce que vous êtes en train de nous laisser comme avenir? What is our future? We are... it's good. Nous avons fait l'école Paul Bocuse. Je parle du Fiston, par exemple. We pay a lot of money because it's very expensive. Hein? But what is the future? What is our future? Papa, it's abnormal. What are you doing? Gentlemen, c'est ça les messages qu'on nous donne. Et l'éducation et le training, c'est fédéré autour de l'Anfort. Je vous assure, please, hein, et je suis très sincère. Okay? Nous n'avons rien à vendre et nous n'avons rien à acheter. Mais nous pouvons semer la paix, nous pouvons semer la prospérité, et nous sommes suffisamment efficaces, je dis bien, nous sommes efficaces pour faire avancer les choses. Tu as un rôle au Québec qui est considérable. Tu reprendras ton poste de député, mais tu t'es tourné sur le tourisme, c'est-à-dire vers la paix. Et futur ministre, ok, pourquoi pas, nous te le souhaitons. Et nous allons t'aider, nous allons vous aider, ok, parce que c'est l'avenir, c'est la prospérité de notre secteur d'activité. Et voilà, mon message, c'est avec vous, with you, it's possible. Hein, c'est pas la peine de chercher des grands noms. We can, yes, nous pouvons. Nous pouvons faire des choses que personne n'est capable de faire. Et pour terminer, Philippe, okay, Philippe a dit des choses très simples. Nous sommes 31 membres au conseil d'administration. OK, 31 membres. Il a donné la répartition par continent. Aujourd'hui, en géopolitique, on travaille sur les blocs. On ne dit plus c'est telle zone, telle zone. On parle de blocs. C'est le BRICS, c'est l'Union européenne, c'est bon, c'est le G7, c'est le G20. Ce ne sont que des blocs qui se mettent un petit peu en place. Nous pouvons penser autrement. Nous pouvons. Anfort est un exemple concret. Nous sommes petits, small. Nous sommes petits, absolument. Mais nous avons des choses dans la tête où nous pouvons faire avancer les choses. Donc, nous avons une vision. Nous avons un héritage. 53 ans de vie, ce n'est pas rien. 53 ans de vie. C'est à plus d'un demi-siècle que l'Anfort a traversé tous les courants, toutes les crises. J'ai vécu à côté de M. Gérard Pélisson toutes les crises de l'hôtellerie, du tourisme. Oui, c'est la plus grave, celle que nous vivons. Elle est la plus dure. La Covid est la plus dure et elle ne fait que commencer. Et je suis très heureux que Francesco ait pu nous livrer le fin fond de sa pensée. Ce qu'il a dit ce matin, c'est quelque chose d'extraordinaire. Et voilà pourquoi on ne peut pas lâcher Francesco. Il est notre patrimoine. Il est notre richesse. Et c'est pourquoi, dans mon message, nous avons une vision, nous avons les moyens, nous avons l'intelligence. Okay? On dit bien, il vaut mieux avoir plusieurs cerveaux qui travaillent sur le même objectif qu'un cerveau qui travaille pour tous les autres cerveaux. Nous ne sommes pas des moutons. Voilà pourquoi mon rôle, c'est de dire, l'Enforte, c'est une famille. Et c'est vraiment une famille. Et dans cette famille, chacun prendra sa part. Qu'il y ait un patriarche qui donne de la sagesse ou qui dit, il faut se calmer un petit peu. Bon, et surtout qu'on se partage les expériences. L'Afrique a besoin de nous. L'Afrique a besoin de nous. Si vous ne voulez plus, comme a dit notre ami Francesco, qu'on mélange la migration et l'immigration, faisons attention. Faisons attention. Les messages qu'il a dit aujourd'hui sont des messages qui sont très forts. Qu'on ne devienne pas la nouvelle esclavagisme moderne, ou parce qu'on est riche, on va dans un autre pays pour essayer de prendre ce capital humain qu'il ne leur coûte rien. C'est pas bien. Donc c'est à nous, Enforte, de partager nos expériences et que notre expertise sert pour l'avenir. Je connais pratiquement tout le monde ici. OK, on va terminer. Je termine plutôt mon message de candidature. Et je disais à mon ami, ce n'est pas des messages de politique. Je ne suis pas un tribun pour faire de la politique. Je dis tout simplement, on est arrivé à un stade où il faut qu'on fédère. Le moment est arrivé qu'il faut fédérer. L'éducation change. La formation n'est plus adaptée dans notre secteur d'activité. Il faut qu'on essaye d'aider. On ne dit pas qu'on est les meilleurs. J'ai vécu dans le monde des palaces. Le monde des palaces n'a rien changé du tout. C'est l'accueil, c'est l'hospitalité, c'est l'efficacité. Césaris n'a rien inventé, c'est ce qu'il a dit. Donc on n'invente rien du tout. Il suffit tout simplement de préserver cette richesse du capital humain. Or, nous représentons ce capital humain. Et l'Enforte, en conclusion, elle vous appartient. Et je termine sur cette phrase qui est l'introjection. Je fais partie de l'Enforte comme l'Enforte fait partie de moi-même. Et à partir de ce moment-là, je suis profondément convaincu que chacun d'entre nous va apporter sa pierre pour renforcer ce qui a été construit, ce qui a été bâti. Et pour terminer, c'est très simple, je vous propose. Donc, j'ai parlé de la vision, j'ai parlé des politiques stratégiques que l'on peut mettre en place, l'ONU, l'OMT, et puis d'avancer petit à petit, travailler sur les blocs, continent africain. On a des représentants qui représentent l'Afrique, on a des représentants qui représentent l'Amérique latine, l'Amérique du Nord, l'Europe, etc. C'est à nous d'aller porter la bonne voie. C'est à nous. Si on ne le fait pas, personne ne le fera à notre place. Et les étudiants que nous servons, ils sont là, ils s'attendent avec impatience si on va leur ouvrir des portes ou pas. On ne peut pas leur dire pour la retraite, on verra, c'est vous qui allez les payer. Ah ben non, c'est pas ça. La conclusion dans tout ça, c'est qu'il faut qu'on soit solidaire parce qu'on a un objectif commun, c'est l'avenir. Et l'avenir, on part sur des bases saines. Le rôle de François, de Philippe et de toute son équipe, de son board, c'était d'assainir la situation. Or, c'est une situation qui est assainie. Avant de vous lancer ce programme managérial, on est allé chercher un partenaire stratégique qui partage nos valeurs. Je connais Colonna depuis des décennies. Donc, je savais que c'était le bon partenaire qui allait servir l'avenir et la protection de nos étudiants. Donc, aujourd'hui, on peut dire l'Enforte peut se donner des moyens pour permettre à un des membres de notre board de pouvoir dire « je suis soutenu par notre institution », qui est une institution humaine. Parce que s'il n'a pas, en tant que bénévole, il ne pourra pas faire vivre sa famille. Nous ne sommes pas dans le monde de la charité, nous sommes dans le monde de l'efficacité. Donc, pour conclusion, et j'en termine là. Bon, bah, c'est pas. Alors si c'est la cinquième, c'est parfait. Non mais moi, la conclusion, elle se termine surtout avec nos invités qui doivent prendre un train. C'est tout simplement, voici le timing. Si d'ici la fin de l'année, vous vous donnez la peine de nous adresser vos réelles propositions, votre réflexion sur l'avenir de l'Enfort, qu'on collecte à travers un livre-banc. Je te charge, toi tu reprends ton service au niveau de la communication de l'Enfort, qu'on fasse un livre blanc pour définir exactement les stratégies, okay, pour chacun des blocs, des continents, et de voir un petit peu quelles sont les priorités que l'on met en place. C'est ce qui va nous permettre, à travers ce livre blanc, d'aller à l'ONU, en petite délégation restreinte, où chacun peut-être prendra sa place, d'aller voir les gens de l'OMT qui seront ravis de trouver cette force d'appoint qui sera l'Enfort, et puis d'aider beaucoup de pays en termes d'éducation, parce qu'il y a des représentants d'universités. Zaïd, tout à l'heure, a parlé, c'est quand même la plus grande université d'Afrique, je ne dis pas du bassin méditerranéen, mais d'Afrique, qui est à Alger. Bon, donc c'est important que ces gens-là ont besoin. Donc dans ma conclusion, ça c'est ma cinquième. Non, cinquième. Non, j'ai noté cinquième. Donc je vous dis, si vous nous envoyez d'ici la fin de l'année vos réflexions, que l'on bâtisse un livre blanc. Okay, c'est ce livre blanc qui va être notre Bible pour la future et les futures générations. Et on le fera ensemble, avec des projets concrets. On va attaquer le Québec. Le Québec, c'est important. C'est très important. C'est le contre-exemple de ce qui est en train de se faire au niveau du tourisme futur. On va attaquer des pays comme là, au niveau du continent africain. L'Afrique a besoin de nous. L'Afrique a besoin de changer son mode de fonctionnement et qu'on évite plein de belles choses. Donc, s'il vous plaît, mobilisation générale, de telle sorte, si on est tous mobilisés, ben, Philippe restera avec nous. Si on n'est pas mobilisé, ben, bon, c'est clair. Donc voilà.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Begat, and I will come back in English, please. Yes, we will carry on in the English language, right? So, any comments, any question to the candidate Abdou Belgat from the Zoom system? Any question? No. Any here in the room? Any question? Any comment? No. So I received a letter from the honor president of Amfort, Carlos Lima, and former president of our organization, 2006-2010. And a few words is about that is supporting the application of Mr. Belgat, and is willing to participate and to support, and it will be with you at your service if you are elected. So now I would like to make the election of the new president. So I propose Mr. Abdou Belgat as president of Amfort. Any question? No. Who is against? No hand. Who abstains?
Abstains.
Okay, Michel Mouzel is abstaining, right? Who is for his candidacy? And thank you to support with your hands. I'm supporting. Yes. Okay, so Mr. Belgat is elected as new president of Amfort. Congratulations, Abdou. This is the token of the power. Token of the power. That's the stamp, the official stamp of Amfort. This is your, and now we're going to. So I'm going to live. So this is your new name. It's here. And this is a special token for you, Mr. President. And this is the light of the power. And this will, I hope, enlighten your way as new president. Some of you, you know this token and special token. Yeah. Yes. And yeah, but that's for him. It's on this side now for the public. Is it sur mon ordinateur? And yeah, you can see it on the camera. That's blue. Please, you can sit down now. Okay. This is the blue for tourism and the sky, especially of your country. And this is your yellow of the sun and the sand as well, your country, but the two colors of tourism. And why is the red? Because of the passion of training and education. So I hope this will enlighten your way as a new president, Mr. Bellegarde. Mr. President, congratulations.
Thank you, merci, thank you. Très bien. Très bien. Very easy. Tiens mon nom. After my first message, thank you. Merci beaucoup. À bientôt. Now it's a protocol. Okay, c'est du protocole. It's too important. Okay, for me, and I prefer our member of the executive committee is not secrétaire général. C'est pas le secrétaire général. C'est un membre du comité exécutif to follow up the protocol. Donc je te laisse le soin en gouvernance un petit peu différente, mais tellement efficace. Mais vous êtes efficace. Your efficiency, it's a reality. To continue what is the last point regarding our program.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. First of all, the first point, we would like to make a proposition to elevate to the dignity of Amfort Honorary President, the former President, Mr. Philippe François. Is anyone against this proposal? Within the room or on the chat, please. Anyone against? Okay. Anyone would like to abstain? Okay, sorry, we have someone on the chat. Okay. Congratulations from Ramon Sangiorgio.
Thank you.
I'd like to read, before going to the next point, a message from the former president, Mr. Carlos Lima. Message à l'Assemblée générale de l'Amfort. Monsieur le Président de l'Assemblée générale, chers collègues et amis de l'Amfort, mes salutations à vous tous. Bien que je ne sois pas présent à Paris, j'exprime par la présente ma confiance dans le nouveau président, Monsieur Abdou Bellegarde. Sa longue expérience internationale dans le domaine du tourisme et de l'hôtellerie au fil des ans, qui lui a donné un aperçu décisif de l'importance de la formation, des ressources humaines dans le secteur et la garantie que l'Amfort continuera à chercher à valoriser les personnes, les institutions de formation et également les entreprises. L'avenir de l'Amfort nécessite une vision rassemblante dans la diversité de ses membres, dans un contexte de modernisation et de changement, avec de nouvelles valeurs et de nouvelles exigences pour un développement d'un touriste soutenable et équitable. Carlos Lima. Merci beaucoup. Next point will be Amfort Annual Forum, so I would like to open the floor in order to give the opportunity to all our members to propose their country, to propose either for 2023 or 2024. We already had a few proposals, especially from Mexico, from Nepal, and from Qatar, if I'm not mistaken. Anyone on the chat? Anyone online or anyone within the room who'd like to make a proposal? Okay, so for now, we stick with those 3 candidates for 2023, and we will move forward with those 3 candidates. Time is now given to all of the members to express themselves. Would you like to add any word before we close this session, please?
No, I just want, I'm not so old at Amfort, but I have learned to know Philippe through the last years, and I can see all what he has done for his 3 mandates. And so I believe on the name of everybody, but as it had already been done, and if you are going to close, thank you and well done for all what you have done, Philippe.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Je peux dire quelques mots. Moi aussi, je dois féliciter et remercier Philippe. Quand même, j'ai passé 8 ans en sa compagnie dans l'Amfort. Et je tiens à souligner qu'il ne faudrait pas oublier également Martine Ferry, qui fut sa secrétaire générale. Ensuite, Hélène Verdet, déléguée générale. Et Xavier, qui a pris le relais. Sous sa houlette, ces 3 secrétaires généraux ont fait du bon travail. Ils ont été dévoués. Philippe François fut une force tranquille, avec, si l'on veut dire, une main de fer dans un gant de velours. Parfois, il réagit par des colères homériques, mais souvent avec beaucoup de sourire. Hein? Il a créé cette ambiance conviviale, amicale. Pendant 8 ans, je l'ai connu, je l'ai subi. Donc, tu as fait vraiment beaucoup de travail. On te remercie. C'est grâce à toi si nous sommes arrivés à être un partenaire dans l'exécutif de l'ONU. Hein. Tu as fait beaucoup et c'est grâce à toi que Francesco Frondiali est parmi nous, quand même. C'est la plus grande pointure internationale dans le domaine. Il fut 3 mandats, président, secrétaire général de l'Organisation mondiale du tourisme. De 1997 à 2009, c'est un monument après avoir passé 20 ans en tant que directeur exécutif au sein de l'Organisation mondiale du tourisme. Et il est parmi nous. Je pense que c'est par amitié, par estime à toi, à l'Amfort et à nous tous. L'Amfort, pour moi, c'est également une amphore romaine. Là où les Romains mettaient à l'époque de l'huile. Une amphore de compétences. Et vous êtes tous des personnes compétentes, experts, dévoués. Et nous sommes, je pense également, vous êtes des personnes sympathiques, ceux qui sont présents et ceux qui sont absents. Et une nouvelle fois, Philippe, merci pour tout le travail que tu as fait durant 3 mandats. C'est pas facile. Hein? 3 mandats, c'est du dévouement, c'est du sacrifice, c'est du temps pas perdu, mais gagné par l'Amfort. Quand je dis perdu pour la famille, peut-être, mais sinon, voilà, merci.
Thank you very much, Saïd.
Moi, je confirme ce qui vient d'être dit. Je voulais remercier très sincèrement Philippe, qui est venu me chercher à Ferrandi il y a bien longtemps et qui a porté vraiment à bout de bras tous les projets de cet Amfort. J'ai été heureux de participer au déplacement avec mes contacts que j'ai eu pour le Mexique et pour le Québec. Et puis, sans oublier donc les 3 délégués. Franchement, il faut que ça continue dans ce sens-là. Et je voudrais vraiment remercier 1000 fois et confirmer ce qui vient d'être dit.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Nous avons également un message de notre ami des Philippines. Je l'ai perdu, il est là. Tac. Thank you, Mr. Philip, for your selfless dedication and commitment in serving and achieving the goal of Amfort. From Evangeline, from Philippines.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We also had a message from Ramon Sanjurio. Great bravo for Philippe. Thanks. Thank you very much. Anyone else would like to have a word before we close this ordinary session? Oui.
C'est Abdou qui m'a jeté le virus, qui m'a transmis le virus de la parlotte. Moi, je pense que Abdo Belgat, mon ami Abdo Belgat, qui a succédé à Philippe François, moi, je pense que c'est le changement dans la continuité, comme à l'époque où Valéry Giscard d'Esquin avait succédé à Pompidou, et il avait dit ça sera le changement dans la continuité de la philosophie de l'Amfort, telle que l'avait préconisé et mis en application Philippe François. Voilà.
Merci Saïd. Thank you Saïd. A last word from Martin Ferry online. Mille merci and bravo Philippe. Thank you very much, Martin. Just before closing, I would like to have a last word. As you know, before receiving, you must give. So if you would like to get something from Amfort, please, the more you will be involved, the more you will receive. And I never met anyone who give. There is no limit from what I saw about what the former president, Mr. Philippe François, gave. It was limitless in giving, so I'm sure he will receive back. Thank you very much indeed again. This ordinary General Assembly is now closed, so thank you very much to all of you here on site and online. Thank you very much indeed. It was a great pleasure to meet you again on this 26th International Forum. So we will send you the newsletter very, very soon in order to keep you posted on all the new objectives we have. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Mais bon, c'est bien sûr, évidemment.
Tu veux couper sur... non, mets-toi là plutôt. Okay, thank you very much.
We need to thank Didier because
thank you.
That's really it's a duty, important duty. So thank you, Didier.
we close the General Extraordinary Assembly. OK? Je clôture cette Assemblée Générale Extraordinaire. Thank you.